Global settings, source settings. Everything looks good. Oh, there we go. Okay. Should be working now.
Yep.
Is it working now?
There's that Joe.
It might be a little loud, though. I'm so
Well, it's
sorry.
not a real echo. It's just me echo because I had
Okay. Okay. Thank you for
not
telling
real
us about the sound. He's good now. Thank you very, very much. Okay, I have to adjust this thing.
But on that note, my food's ready. I'm going to listen to the recap.
Okay, yeah, here we go, baby.
Okay, we good?
Yeah, the sound is working now.
Okay, awesome. False start. Thank you, Kit, for letting us know because we had no idea. Anywho, all right. So quick recap again. Apologies because nope. There's gonna actually Kit gets a what's it called? A participant thing. Inspiration. So, thank you. Yeah, he can roll to save one of you guys.
What type of die?
It's a D20.
Okay. Wow.
I give the audience the good stuff. You guys get terrible stuff. Anyway,
You get the D6.
you get the D6. What the hell was I saying? I got derailed again. Anywho, the recap. There's gonna be rust. Apologize. Brain damage, 100%. 2, you guys had just finished fighting the avatar of the Zel Shoth, which I guess for people who don't remember, the Shoth are this kind of gelatinous convocation of sentient beings, and basically you kind of volunteer to submerge yourself into their ooze. You become a part of that ooze. You share memories and experiences and stuff like that, and depending on what version of Shoth you are, you either turn completely into it and are part of this mega organism, or you get on that particular level but still retain some levels of independence, which is what the Gelatinis kind of have. The Shoth also kind of require more experiences to grow as an organism. So the thing the Gelatinis have is that they, upon their death or close to their death, they submerge themselves and become one with that. And it's kind of cool because it allows them to have access to their ancestors and stuff like that. This version of the Shoth didn't seem to be as beneficial. And that's you were fighting the avatar of that particular creature. At the end of that fight, you got a pretty massive lore dump from the Gelatinis, mainly because you guys were curious as to why the hell that happened when you were just trying to spend the night here. But long story short, the Gelatinis back in the day were a bunch of kind of thieves and very skilled but very chaotic group of people who were basically assigned to steal an artifact, the Fulcrum of Chaos, from the Primus of Mechanus. The Primus is kind of the leader of Mechanus. And the Fulcrum of Chaos, as it was described to you, was an item that seeks to balance and set order to chaos in pretty much all forms. Unfortunately for the Gelatinis, or fortunately, depending how you look at it, that wasn't just things that were physical. It also appealed to them. And just being in contact with this creature shifted all of their alignments to lawful, just due to how powerful that particular artifact is. That shift has persisted through generations up until recently. And by generations, I mean quite a bit. We're talking probably at least 1,000 years, give or take. But there has been signs of it wearing off as the Gelatinis kind of become more and more, like they would go back kind of to their chaotic roots the longer they've been away from it. That all being said, you also found that one of their ancestors was no longer where he was supposed to be. What's up?
As a existing, excuse me. Blah, blah, blah.
Yes, no longer existing. So there was a bit of concern with that. Aunt Deet was trying to find him in their kind of history books, couldn't find anything. They both, her and the rest of the family members essentially, had remembered him, but he was no longer there. And he was responsible for killing the Zelastophen, that was the enemy kind of doppelgangers, that family that they were fighting. They're kind of ancient enemies at this point. But their Shoth was killed by the Gelatinis, and at some point were able to reverse that, and had either eliminated him from the process or killed him before he could do it, whatever you want to call it. But their Shoth is now back in action. He is gone. They're still trying to figure out what's going on there. I think the leading theory was that there was a card, the card of fate, I think it is, from the deck of many things that was put into play.
Yeah.
But that's kind of a gross overview of what was going on with the gelatinis. So they're trying to figure some stuff out, and it's kind of all hands on deck. The whole family's now converging on the house. There was the Order of the Gauntlet, which is kind of like an all-star team of paladins and stuff, like from each paladins and clerics and warriors of faith who come from. In this particular was Tyr, Helm, Hieronius, Hor. What is it? It sounds worse than what it looks when it's written. Is that right? H-O-A-R? Hor? There's some Horish paladins in here. I know it's
that's normal.
that's
Yeah.
let me just Hor is a deity. I'm not wrong. It's just spelled kind of scandalously. Anyway, those of you they had all kind of come in and they've secured the premises, so you're for the moment zealous off and free. And poor Euphemi at the end of that fight had given in to Baphomet's gift, if you will, and she is emotionally, physically, everything exhausted and is basically passed out. And they were more or less dragging her body around the mansion while they were asking questions and stuff. Mm-hmm. But they eventually decided that they're gonna just kind of sleep in the mess hall with like all the paladins around them. So they got all these blankets and stuff, and you're very comfortable as it is, but you were definitely like KO'd. I'm trying to think if there's anything I'm missing for you. You met a knight named Arcamus, who you kind of befriended Rabia for a little bit after having some talks with them and kind of discussing what is going on and their mutual knowledge of Tyrael and that kind of stuff. But even though you are quite different, you guys were at least able to see eye to eye and not have to worry about things like, needless aggression or passive aggressiveness, anything like that. Rabia and Rolam decided that they wanted to go back to the Tower of Inevitable Reason to meet up with Tithian and kind of figure out what's going on there, make sure they're safe after this kind of unexpected attack. So you traveled there. One other thing. You guys did there's evidence of silt and sand and things like that, of defiling magic. Obviously, you were defiled by a couple of them. So, I mean, in case you forgot, there was that there.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, hopefully you remember that, but if you didn't, there's that, and that was kind of that wasn't something they could do before. So clearly there's been some kind of influence there where they've learned how to do that. Off to the tower. In the tower, you were speaking with. You actually ran into Toki initially, who was trying to heal Amarukai, who was royally messed up and had thrown a contingency spell on himself to recite ingredients for something, some element of alchemy that would help Scribbler. There was another gnome who was royally messed up as well. His armor was being and flesh was being kind of continually eaten at the moment and wasn't able to be healed by conventional means. So that was kind of what they were trying to figure out there. But it was some kind of masterclass necromancy kind of evocation spell that was thrown on him. And you had discovered that they were on a mission to kind of find out what was going on with Sararak at the time, and had run afoul of him and were lucky to make it out in whatever piece they were. So that was a cause of concern for Rabia. She was trying to help out as much as she could, as well as Roland, who's still currently helping them out. It's kind of like a nursemaid kind of thing. He was also able to discern kind of the nature of the spell with a really good roll. So good job there.
Yeah.
You then spoke to Tithian. Jesus, this recap's ridiculous. You spoke to Tithian, who was not thrilled at all about your plan to go to Athas, and was like, if I had more time, I'd try to make this better. But but you also, upon like going to speak to him, heard him like basically detailing a heist that they were going to pull on a ship for some ingredients or supplies. So that's kind of left out in the open. And you kind of touched base with him, updated him on everything that you guys were doing, basically cast exposition from like a player's perspective. And then we're going to go see Scribbler, and that's kind of where we ended. So all that being said, I will give Team Katasu and Euphemi, who's pretty much unconscious, so I'd imagine you're not going to have a whole bunch of options at the moment. But should you want to say or do anything before I hop back over to them and proceed there, this would be the time.
I just imagine there's like probably exhaustion-fueled sleep rambling coming from her end for anybody that's unfortunate enough to be nearby. So, that's what they got to deal with. Can't be a demon all the time. That'd be bad. But sometimes it's needed. Should I demon more? No, I shouldn't demon more. Because that requires dying. That sucks. Just stuff like that. Hey, what's this staff do? I forgot. I'm sleepy.
That's awesome. And yes, 100%.
But yeah, I just some Dub's nose because he was unconscious for the last part. Ravaya and Roland let Katasu to kind of just like make sure Euphemi is okay. She's exhausted, and as you can hear, is babbling incoherently. But yeah, I'm pretty sure we just left you to like make sure, and to make sure she goes to bed because she needs to go to bed. She's exhausted. So that's pretty much where we left you. If I remember correctly.
Okay, if that's the case, then Karasu is just gonna chauffeur Euphemi towards her room while she's rambling.
It's more like sleep talking. She's not awake at all.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Gingerly walk her over to her room.
Cool.
You guys are crashing in the main food hall for safety.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
We're having a
forgot
sleepover.
that was yeah, I forgot about that as well. Because she got attacked in her room and everyone was spread out. So Ravia's like, we're sleeping in the same fucking room. Bullshit. We're not
Yeah.
doing that.
And you are surrounded by paladins. There's at least a dozen in here. Give me a perception check.
Well,
You
check-
find 5 more battles. Congratulations.
2
That would be bad.
One of the pillars just blinked. Roll initiative. No, oh.
How did that get installed?
Did it eat the pillar that was there and take the spot? The fuck?
That'd be pretty cool if you think about it like a doppelganger as like a bust, like the whole plinth and the bust thing together, and then just like coming out and start whooping ass. That'd be cool. Anyway, to your relief, as somebody who has had legitimate guard duty and understand like the certain level of, there's people who like mail it in and they're just kind of like, yeah, this sucks. I don't want to be here. Yada yada. Not really pay attention. But to your relief, that paladins are actually being very diligent and looking around and doing proper rotations. So from that perspective, you're satisfied that you're being looked after properly. In addition to that, you're 26. You don't know how, but there's this really strangely colored butterfly. It's just kind of loosely hovering overhead.
Overhead, like above everybody?
Above you and Euphemi's head.
Say what?
But it's the weird thing about it is it's very much like a peripheral thing. Like when you go to look, like you just catch traces of it. You don't actually get a full-on shot, but you know it's there.
Are you doing full like bird head then, or it's like
Yeah.
switching that around?
Is this happening as I'm chauffeuring Euphemi towards like a cushion couch?
Yeah, I imagine you're like making her bed kind of with all these pillows and blankets and stuff. Like shoving it under and then just catch something whiz by your vision.
It's like doing something like moving pillow. What the fuck? Like that. I mean, it persists. I'm sure he's gonna ask somebody. So just Halasu, Euphemi, and Paladinos.
Yep, and Team Paladinius.
Okay. Well, if it persists after he makes the bed and leaves, I'll make sure her head is down. I'm sure he'll catch it or be like, "You guys see this?"
Okay. We'll say the nearest one for argument's sake is Arcanus. So if you go to speak to him, he'll. First off, he's kind of curious as to what you're looking at. Seeing you go like this obviously draws his attention, but he doesn't see what you're seeing.
Is Arcanus like the magic you do?
Yeah, he's a paladin,
Oh,
and he's also. You would also say that he's not detecting anything of a malevolent nature.
Actually, the motion like fucking like butterfly. Like no, they don't make noises.
Yeah, they don't make noises, I guess.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Maybe you should get some sleep.
Yeah, good.
I don't mean to offend, but
Yeah, good job. Yeah, good. And then he's gonna, Kasu's just gonna make it. I don't know, whatever makeshift bed he can make.
you have more. Like honestly, the pile of bedding that they gave you is like a 10-year-old's dream, right? You could make the ultimate fucking pillow for it if you wanted to. Because there's, imagine like an entire manor's worth of like guest pillows and shit. That's what you've pretty much gotten. So whatever you want to create for yourself, feel free.
He's gonna keep it old school, just gonna be like 1-2 day cover.
Okay. Spartan style.
Well, you're only 50 pounds, so it can't be that bad.
Yeah. It's true.
Like just the duvet cover or duvet on the floor and like a thin blanket. That's it.
Okay.
And lays in bed, ready for steepies.
Okay. And with that knowledge in your head, and the watchful eyes of the Order of the Gauntlet on you, it does not take you long to find sleep. And we'll come back to that in a moment.
Go to sleep. Close your eyes. Don't get attacked at midnight.
That was 4 hours ago, but
Yeah.
all right. So, Bravia,
Yes.
you walk in to find Scribbler, like, just completely KO'd on his desk, like head on the side, and he has like that weird like bird snore where it's like kind of like a slightly higher pitch like to it as it's coming through his beak, but he is out, like just mid sentence. You can tell like his quill is like off to the side. There's a little bit of ink spilled to the side. There's all kinds of like equations and problem solving, and like on the right side it's just like theory crafting of like, if I do this, if I do that, here are the side effects, how can I counter them, like there's just notes everywhere. And a little maybe slightly alarming to you is that he's always been extremely neat, in regardless of whatever he does, he maintains like form. You're seeing some of that begin to slip. It's becoming a little less. Like you can see he's overwritten some notes in some places. Like he's either run out of parchment, didn't care to get more, or ran out of time. Like it's definitely like probably the most frantic you've seen his workstation. But you do see some potions that are in the process of being brewed in the meantime, which you can give me an arcane check to kind of let me know if you want to arcana check. Excuse me.
Yeah, no, I'm good at that. She is gonna look, but it's gonna be good. Let me tell you. Yep. Hold on.
She's got science.
Let me get it for you. There you go. As a 4. Yep. Yo, I've rolled 5 times today. None of them have been above an 8.
I need you to keep that up tomorrow.
All right, sorry. Continue.
Yeah, that smells like potions.
Those are potions, all right.
Those are some potions. There are various colors, but those are potions. And I'll say with the general Arcana check, you try to follow some of his notes that weren't, in plain common, but it gets thick real quick. Like he just throws the equations around, and you're like, I don't know. There's one too many deltas in that particular. I have no idea what he's talking about. Like just imagine like a middle schooler looking at organic chem. Like he'd just be like, what?
Oh no.
That's kind of what Revi's doing right now.
She's gonna do a quick kind of perimeter sweep in a way, just kind of like seeing if there are any other like tracks or I guess signs of people coming in here other than him, and also just to see if she could find out like where his most common like spots are to be, so she could be like, there's a bunch of potions in that corner and he seems to have visited a lot, so maybe we should take care of that because he's not there right now and he's unconscious.
Okay.
Gonna use what clue she can to kind of be like, should he be up? Should he be taking care of that corner or?
Roll me a perception check or investigation, because you it could go either way.
I prefer there with this.
Okay.
All right, so I have to be annoying real quick. I don't like their new typeface. Continue.
Ladies and gentlemen, my sister is a designer by trade. It has poisoned her mind where she can no longer, she cannot turn it off.
That fucking
it's always on.
Looks like it should be on some like Fruit Loops fucking bag or some shit. Anyway, continue. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You got beef with that?
He has beef with innocuous things. Like you would never innocuous things. You would never think. Like you'd be walking down the aisle, like that pot is shit. You're like, what are you talking about?
I like it. I noticed it during Class of Cosmetic, but it's less, it's more structured environment, so I couldn't yell at it. So now I have the opportunity.
I couldn't yell at
it. Understood.
Sorry, yeah.
You see, there is a pattern of, actually, with your perception, you can see where he's pulled out these drawers where he like usually keeps his potions in these kind of potion drawers. Mm-hmm. All of them in the bottom by his desk have been pulled out recently. And you could tell by like the dust marks and stuff like that that are there. There are a few that are, like I said, currently in motion. With your perception check and given like the kind of current rate of like heat with some of them, or there is one that's kind of like in this weird perpetual motion thing that's like being auto stirred at the moment, which looks like it doesn't seem to be in like a volatile state or anything, but the ones that are being currently heated are at a decent volume of liquid in there, so it doesn't look like they've burnt off too much or anything like that. Also, the method that he has for heating are these little kind of like almost like hot plates, if you will. Like there's no open flame, so he's not in danger of like setting half his thing on fire here. Mm-hmm. But as you're like finishing your kind of investigation, you kind of pull your head up, and there's a very large butterfly that is currently on his head with really big kind of purplish silvery wings that are just, how like sometimes butterflies will just flap real awkward and slow.
That is how butterflies awkward.
So they have that weird flap where it's like, these things work? It's like, how do you guys fly? I don't understand. Anyway,
it's doing that. Did you say it was perched on his head, or was it like?
It's now perched on his head.
Okay. Knowing what I've seen of Desna, does this very much fit the bill?
Yes.
Okay. She's gonna sit there and stare at it for a while and be like, he does need rest, but I feel like he didn't have a choice. And that's rude. So she's gonna kind of like walk up to him and like gently put her hand on his back, not like trying to stir him awake, but just seeing if like just that contact would be enough to like get him up, or is it like a very deep sleep where butterfly probably has to leave before he wakes up kind of thing.
As you go to put your hand on his back, you now notice that your hand is somewhat closed and you have a blanket in your hand.
Her free hand is going to point at the butterfly. And she's going to try and open her hand and see if it drops.
You watch as the butterfly just kind of the wings go back up as folding upwards, and in a kind of puff of dust and kind of like magical clouds, if you will, that you are now seeing a more humanoid kind of form. It's weird, like she's got like it's kind of a naturally bluish silvery skin. Her robes are kind of like this gossamer material. Her eyes are silver. She has dark hair and like these huge wings that are kind of like somehow not hitting anything in the room, which doesn't make any sense to you because like you could barely stretch your arm out in that direction without knocking half the stuff over.
Yeah.
But you got me. He needed his rest. I wouldn't disturb him if I were you.
I'm glad he is resting, but we have a lot to do and not a lot of time to do it.
Yeah, more time than you think. It's actually kind of why I'm here.
Oh. This is a moment where she's just like, does Euphemia know you're here? Euphemia probably can't spell her name right now. So
if you're looking around,
everything
else is in super slow motion.
She's just gonna kind of like flick her hair and see if that moves in slow motion.
Yeah, it's just
okay. Thank you. Is this you? All of this?
Most of it, yeah. I came to speak with you specifically. We have a few things to discuss. First and foremost, I want to thank you for saving Euphemia a few times. I'm not well, more than a few times really, if we're counting. But she was doing that.
It's what we do. She does the same for us always. I fully expected you to not be happy to see me.
Why's that?
The shape of your follower has changed a few times.
Oh, we'll talk about that, but it's not a point of concern at the moment.
Good. So why are you here?
I'm sure she's informed you that I'm the goddess of dreams.
A few times, yeah.
I'm also the goddess of travelers.
Huh.
Well, that's among my domains.
Hmm.
And you were all about to go on a trip that not even I can go on.
Huh.
It's very exciting. I've been following you for a bit. Very interesting troop of yours. More colorful than most, we'll say.
Yeah. Is there something you want from Athas?
No, just I wanted to pull you back into perspective, if I may.
Okay. What does that mean exactly?
Let me ask you a question if you don't mind.
Sure. Why not?
Do you trust me?
I
won't be offended.
It's a strange answer because I trust Euphemia. And I think wholeheartedly she trusts you. So through that chain of logic, yes?
I'll take it by proxy. Do you trust yourself?
Yeah.
Quick, okay. Close your eyes.
There's a nice awkward tense. It's like, I said I just trusted you, but yeah, all right, let's go. She does close her eyes, but there's just a moment of like, okay.
You close your eyes, and instantly you're in a dream state. You know it because you're running. It's a fast, quick pace, almost reckless. You are not the Robaya that is the Robaya today. You're mid-teens at best. Skinny, a little awkward. Horns aren't nearly as big. And in the distance is a town that, although it tried to adopt you, it never loved you, and you could never find your place there. And with each hurried step, it's getting further and further in the distance. And the forest, where you've always felt the most of yourself, is not that far away. It's interesting to look back on this time with the present knowledge. Your approach to the forest, all wrong. How you go around these bushes, the Revian now is like, that's not how you do it. You're going to make the maximum amount of noise. Don't know. You're just crashing literally through this forest, making all kinds of noise, step after step, getting further and further away. And Revian, you feel the freedom you haven't felt perhaps since you were a child. When that feeling of youth where running like this is more refreshing than it is taxing. There's a part of you that also begins to realize that you haven't run like this without weapons in your hands, without going to a foe, without going to a fallen friend. This is something you have not done in your adult life for quite some time. And as you're running through, Desna kind of floats by. You remember this? This freedom that you used to love?
Yeah. She's gonna kind of like look down at her form and recognize like even the body language of the run is like just carefree. Usually it's like running with purpose, but she'll kind of tilt her head a little bit. Didn't really realize. I don't know. This is not a moment I revisited very much. It's not like this.
You should. This is when you first tried to retrieve your dream. You left behind a reality that didn't suit you.
Yeah. Tried to stay there as long as I could too. I miss it. Like she almost kind of gets like a really dark expression on her face for a moment, thinking about what had recently happened to her friends and family in this area. But she kind of focuses on the form instead and like the feeling of freedom. So her brows furrow for probably like 10 seconds before she just kind of lets the tension ease again.
You know, I had a mentor too. And as you're running, you see kind of the back of your former mentor. I lost him before his time. And unlike you, or not like, well, we share a similarity in that I have a temper as well.
Mm-hmm.
The creature that took him from me and his realm, I tore asunder. And as she says that, like lightning kind of crackles in the back and it illuminates the forest, and you get a better look at Melik from behind. I don't mean to worry you. Melik is fine. But he does worry about you. And as you kind of run, you watch his form kind of transform into smoke. And then you see him kind of on this bed saying a prayer. Lady of the Hunt. She is so focused, sometimes I don't think she can see the trees. It's a gift, but it's a curse. And he's just kind of espousing about how he's worried about your almost inability at times to see broadly when focused on a goal. And he admires your ability to pursue those goals with such single-minded focus. But it's always been a concern of his. And as you hear him saying this prayer to which you know as Mileki, she kind of comes in front of you and, don't tell her that I intercepted this prayer. He was in a fugue state, so he's technically in my realm, but it's a prayer to her. It's a little go either way. This stays between you and I.
I see why Euphemia likes you.
Yeah, she's strong one. She protects her own, and I respect that. But as you can see here, there's no harm. The path continues to a familiar part of the forest, and she kind of holds her hand out, bringing you to kind of a slowing stop, if you wish.
Yeah, she will.
You've traveled far, both personally, emotionally, and you will go further still. But I feel like you don't value the journey.
The deadly journey that we're on.
The times with your friends. The moments with Zolan. The little things. It's all a part of life you cannot ignore. Because when you do, your view grows dim, as do your dreams and your ability to enjoy what you're fighting for.
There's like a moment where she physically gets kind of like defensive and tenses up. I appreciate every moment with Zone and my friends, my companions. I mean, when they're not doing bad things or making bad decisions. There's a lot going on. I appreciate it.
She kind of looks at you like, who are you trying to convince?
Everybody just like awkwardly like sits there as like, no, totally, yeah. There's like a slight wince, but she doesn't say anything other than that.
Well, I wanted to at least reach that topic. And when you get the chance, see Malek. He'd love to talk to you. He'll never say it, but he does miss you. And he worries a lot.
I miss him quite a bit. Alright, I missed the opportunity to see him the last time I was near him. Because we had a lot to do. And I do regret that.
A couple other things. You are walking a very fine line between two very different realms. Because of your, and you've done well, this is not a critique, but I want you to know that your actions have repercussions upon those that you're around. And your, how do I say this? Dealings with your father have the world seeing you in a different light. That's obviously something you're not a stranger to. But I think you might be surprised how the natural world may react if they see someone that doesn't smell like them anymore.
It's been a while since I've even been in the natural world. Well, that's something to take care of after, I guess.
Your rages are enhanced by your bloodline. But that also courses through the bond with Zola. And as she kind of waves her hands, you see Zolan in his current form. Huge, strong, happy, just kind of a source of pride. But another lightning flash goes off, and you see like armor, like metal rimming around his spikes of his shell going down, a huge gleaming horn, like a metal rim to the bottom of his mandible there, his claws in this kind of coated in this brass metal that dig into the earth, smoky, oily plumes coming out from where his eyes are. They just glow in the dark. That's all you can see. You can't even see like his sclera or anything. It's just glowing through smoke. And you've seen, obviously, animals hunt when they're hungry, when for sport in some cases. This is more like a murderous stance. It is low, it is cunning, it is almost malevolent. He's not there now. But I would be remiss to not show you the nightmare that awaits should too much of your rage go through your body. There might be ways to mitigate it. I am by no means part of that particular domain. I just can see things that go through what you would consider dreams or nightmares.
Whose dream or nightmare is this?
I think it's yours.
I was hoping you would say something else. But yeah, that seems about right.
I'm not saying your father, look, he's helping you the only way he knows how.
He's the only one giving solid help, not you.
I understand. Go ahead. Finish your sentence.
He's the only thing that has actively sought out to help.
I understand.
And has been the difference in many cases.
I've seen that.
So long as I am capable of acting and doing what I want with these gifts, then I didn't see a problem with it. But I don't want anything touching Zone. I think that's where I draw my line.
Understood. He still has a powerful connection to the Fae, so that's good. This isn't something that would be immediate. I just wanted you to be warned of it.
Yeah. Personal affairs have taken the back seat as of recently. I'm not entirely sure when would be a good time to address this anyway.
I'll be honest with you. I'm not sure if there's many who could broach that topic with you safely.
I've been getting small pokes and jabs about it every now and then, but even with this knowledge and knowing that it won't happen tomorrow, it's still not at the forefront of my mind.
There are other ways. I will say this. Like how people can temper elements of their anger. How in battle you don't go past certain, you don't overextend yourself. Economy of movement, all that kind of stuff. You know, she's like all that kind of icky stuff. There are ways of channeling power, good or ill. May you seek them out. Possibly an option. I'm again not criticizing or saying you have to abandon everything, and that's not this conversation. Just that tapping that as a source and the ways that you have will have long-term effects. And to be fair, you're lucky that Euphemie is as strong as she is. It's difficult to come back from that level of rage. And I know you had nothing to do with it directly. Like, it wasn't your will. But it was due to your presence.
Yeah. I'm glad she's all right. From what she's told me, it is a choice of hers. And
yes.
The thing I am always open to it is making your own decisions. Even if I hate them. But maybe that's another discussion to be had. So, you came here to tell me to be worried about myself and Zolan?
I do like the little guy.
I do too. Thank you, I guess.
Thank you. I came. Well, your family has been busy, and we needed to take care of a couple things for her, and got to dig a little deeper, find some things out, but with the people she frequents with, and helping any way I can.
Is she sleeping now?
Oh yes.
Okay. I don't know if you could answer this question. I haven't exactly had a chance to speak with him since pretty much I got it. Is this just a focus? She points at like her circlet that's around her head.
You go to point towards it, and it's not there.
Okay, well, the thing that's there on my body, but not here,
Indeed.
she reaches for the extra horns and sees if they're there too.
It's just yours.
Head feels lighter. Do you know what that is?
It is a gift, a birthright. There's another thing we have to keep between us. I have been barred from talking to demon lords. And in one future or two, you do ascend in that particular way. So we never had this conversation, just so you know.
Why are you barred from talking to demon lords?
I may have killed one. Remember the temper?
Right. Which one?
I'm not sure you would know. But, roll me a history check real quick while I double check the.
Let's go, Foos. Let's go.
Well, stop. Don't worry. I'm gonna get single digits, baby. Actually, no. I rolled really well for my perception, so let's see.
Actually, no. Give it to me at advantage because you are a demon hunter.
Oh, that's true. That's a good point.
I'll tell you that.
That's a good point.
Yep.
Yay! I am a demon hunter. They're my favorite enemies.
Yep.
We'll call it a comeback.
I've been here for years.
Yep.
Okay, so
hold on a second. I'm going to destroy this guy's name. Excellent.
I'm gonna destroy this thing. Welcome, NPC. That's all good.
A demon lord in the abyss known as Aolar.
Does she know what that is?
You do know, you've heard of, the reason why you've heard of him is because he was a real asshole. And basically when he killed you, or like one of his minions killed you, he would puppet either your body and kill like your family in front of you, or something of those lines is like what he would do. Like that was his MO. That's how we got his jollies off. And he did this to one of Desna's priests, and she wasn't having that. So with that kind of and as you're getting this realization, she's like, "Ah, yes, you are far more intellectual than you give yourself credit for." But I was responsible for his death and the destruction of his realm and most of his followers. But that almost caused a war in heaven. Goddess going to the abyss to that's a big no-no. Thankfully, I have friends who helped me solve that problem, not unlike your own friends, which is again a little bit of a parallel. But anyway, talking to the daughter of one, that's probably dancing on a line, but I feel like I could trust you.
But you're also helping, so unless something changes. And by the way, I would have done the same. So, well done.
Thank you. I need to go see to a few things, a couple more dreams on my way out, but I've left you a few gifts. I hope you like them.
Thank you. I really appreciated this. I'll give it some thought, I guess.
See the trees for the forest. And visit Malek while you still can. And with a flap of her wings, this kind of smoke kind of comes around you, and you're back in the room. All the sound and noises all come rushing back you at once. You're kind of shaking off like this weird, like, I slept, but I didn't sleep grogginess that's on you. And you look down, there's something in your hand. It's the circlet your dad gave you.
How many horns?
Just your regular 2.
Is she still yoked? She's gonna, with her hand like this, she's gonna flex real quick and look at her bicep.
I love that is your first question.
Yeah, she's
Still yoked?
your strength has diminished a bit, but not entirely. So, and the 2 horns that you have are bigger than they naturally were. So, like, there's some kind of element there that has grown. But yeah, I'd say you would have dropped 2 strength points. You're at 21 instead of your 23.
Okay. Let me go adjust that before I forget.
Am I still yoked?
Yeah, she has to find out. It's very important. Yep. Okay. She's gonna just hold on. Actually, does she still have the cube? I think she might still have the cube, right? Is the crown doing anything, or is it just kind of like inert? There's no like feeling of warmth or any kind of light on it or anything. It's just like its crown in hand.
It's a little tingly in your hand.
Mm.
You feel like as someone who's like dealt with magical things, you feel like you're unattuned to it. If you sat down for a moment, you can dive into it.
Mm-hmm.
But as of now, it's giving you this. It's slightly warm and has like just like the faint hints of like a numb hand, like pins and needles, but just very, very little, like, you know, maybe 10% of like a full feeling of it.
Oh, I hate that. Okay. She's gonna stare at it for too long, and eventually she's gonna put it back in her bag. And like for just a moment, kind of like hold the handle of Lava Lash. And like not unsheath it, but just hold it in its scabbard for a second, and then kind of like shake off the grog and the weirdness or anything that had happened, and again put her hand on the back of Scribbler, see if he reacts.
Now, are you doing it gently, or he's? I mean, from a humanoid perspective, you know this guy is out.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he's also a Kenku, which means the hollow bones is very light. So like,
yeah. Okay.
Hand is like kind of weight, and this is what she's thinking. So she's still being careful though.
Okay. You can gently wake him up if that's what you're trying to do. But you just putting his hand on doesn't register. He's out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So, all right. She's gonna let him sleep for a few more seconds because she's gonna take the crown back out and put it in the cube and see if anything comes up. Half expecting that cube to explode. She's gonna do so. Is there like what am I looking for? What's the word I'm looking for here? Like a safe-ish area with not like a lot of glass and some shit. Like in her brain, if this explodes, where's the safest corner of this room that won't be like?
There is kind of a balcony area which will just explode into the ethereal.
Great,
if you want to just yeet it up.
We're going for that. Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah. She's just like, if worst comes to worst, let me just like not break all the shit he's working on. So she'll go to the balcony, and kind of like slowly, she'll kind of like introduce an inch or so and be like, "Is anything happening?" And if well, I'll just wait actually first for that. Okay. Is there any reaction? I guess.
So if you put it in, as soon as you get it close, you watch as the door starts to begin to close in on itself, like it's already starting to close without your input.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing in your hand is beginning to glow, get hot.
Mm-hmm. Just gonna try a tiny bit more.
Okay.
Like not putting the whole thing in.
Yeah.
Very little bit.
The door is now clamped onto it. Not like super hard. You could pull it out. It's fine. You're jacked still. Yeah. But if you weren't resistant to fire, this would not be pleasant to hold.
All right, she's gonna take it out and put them both back.
Okay.
Damn. Shit. Okay. While she's out there, she will actually take out Lava Lash and see if it feels any different.
It reacts to you.
And it puts it back. As she's walking back to Zolan, she's gonna, through her connection, not Zolan, Scribbler. When she's walking back to Scribbler, she's gonna use her connection to Zolan to speak with him, and just kind of ask him, do I feel any different to you right now?
You smell better.
What did I smell like before?
Smoky.
Smoky. Did it bother you?
No. Just smell different.
Okay.
Also sound happier.
I sound happier?
You do.
Okay. Hey. I love you.
With that, you just get like a hip check. And a nuzzle.
I know you know. I love you. And she'll kind of like grab his head and like rough him up a little bit. Their usual kind of like play fighting. And then straighten up. All right. Back to this, I guess. Yeah, putting those things away, Lava Lash, the box and the circlet, everything's away. She'll gently wake up Scribbler. But if you want, you can come back to me because I know we've been with me for a while. So,
Roll him.
Hold him.
What's up, man?
Did I feel any weird disturbance in the force?
Yes.
Did you really?
You did. Well,
Oh,
she would have had to walk by you. Give me. You still have your. Do you have the thing of eyes on you? Oh
Nope,
no, your
that's still
warlock
with
eyes.
the-
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a warlock eyes.
As Zolan walks by you, you see these kind of like, again, diaphanous, but like somebody turned the opacity all the way down to like 5%. Butterfly wings on his back.
Butterfly wings on the
Huge, by the way. Like not like little ones, like almost flight appropriate, like huge.
That's amazing. Almost flight appropriate.
I feel like he's like tending to someone and he's just like kind of like stopped and he's like like a normal take there. The person's like, ow, my wrist, it doesn't bend that way. She's like, oh, I'm
Sorry.
you're fine. I'll be right back.
I'll be right back.
Did that boulet have wings?
Are you talking to Pookie?
He's talking to whoever it is because remember he's like
Oh, so he's
triaging
doing
shit.
so it's a random triage guy. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let me see if this boy is actually capable of like actually seeing anything because he's on his back looking up. Okay, we'll say. Yeah. Look, I'm delirious. I don't know. I'm the best person to ask, but yes, they were like purpley.
I have good news for you.
You smell like flowers.
Everything's gonna be fine.
Okay,
I'll be back.
you can do that.
He's gonna finish up really quickly whatever it was he was doing, and like go pursue Zolan. Support Rabaya.
Yeah.
Don't be alarmed, but Zolan has wings.
No, he doesn't.
If you're looking at him, the second he says he has wings, you see them.
Maybe he does.
Isn't that Euphemie's person?
You hear like probably is alarming to Roland, excuse me. But you probably hear Revia like chuckling from the distance, like from up where Scribbler's room is. But you hear like laughter come out for a second, and then
I feel like he's gonna run that way. But like, is everything okay? Because
she's in his laughter.
he's still in the mindset of like he got a little bit calmed down when we got there, and shit wasn't completely like hitting. It wasn't a trap, but like shit's still weird everywhere, and like that's definitely not a normal sound. so he's gonna try play it off cool. I'm actually gonna do a performance check just to see how cool.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Let's go.
What we got? Okay.
Oh.
You can tell. You can definitely tell. He's just like he's trying to like. Oh shit. Like he gets that around the corner. His face doing exactly that. He's like, everything's fine.
She's still gonna be smiling by the time you come in, but the laughter would have died down. But like a very light smile, not like a grin or anything. But
kind of whoop ready to go.
Yeah. Are the wings still there? By the way, are they like?
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Okay. She's just gonna like with her hand on Zola and be like, "Do you feel anything on your back right now?"
I feel a little bit lighter.
Okay. Great. You have wings.
What?
I don't know if they work, but
are you okay?
I'm fine.
Is this all like telepathy, or are you actually speaking out loud when you're talking to him?
Oh, she's good. She's telepathically going, but she is like staring at him, so I think you'd be able to tell when she's like, "Oh, hi." So when you have wings. Yeah. It seems Desna has come to visit us. But yeah, no, I didn't notice the wings initially, and everything's fine. Is everything okay out there? Good. That's good.
You notice the crown is missing from her head, and she's missing like another set of horns. It'd be very hard not to see that.
He's gonna get visually defensive for a second. I feel like he didn't clock that initially because he's just like, "What the fuck's going on here?"
Yeah, why are you laughing?
Seeing that happen, he's actually gonna. Does he have anything? Hold on. One moment.
Please hold.
He's gonna do one of those just for lulz, but
Deflect.
5 miles and it's a cantrip? Some shit.
Are you rolling concentration at disadvantage?
Constant disadvantage. What the hell? That's awesome.
Does he have anything? I don't know if he has anything that would. He's trying to think of something magical to like detect if that's actually her, but like he's a little freaked out right this second. But I don't know if he knows anything in his repertoire like immediately. He's been like, but you are going to see him like get more defensive. He's like, okay, no, really, what's going on?
Desna visited us. Me? Us. Desna's active right now. I was, I think, put to sleep, I guess. And when I woke up, I feel a little better, to be honest.
Well, and don't take this the wrong way. You're looking more like you.
Yeah. It came off at some point. It's in my bag.
I thought I've never heard you laugh. I didn't even know that was possible.
It is. It's you. I guess you're just not that funny. It's possible though.
I feel like in the normal circumstance, you'd be like, well, "Fuck you too," but like, He's like, he doesn't know how to take it.
And this is Revi's low charisma being like, it's not you, you're just not funny. But like she doesn't recognize that could be rude. She's just like, I don't know.
He's just like, well, it looks good on you, I think. And he's like still like in the back you see like the program is still running, like detect if this is real .exe.
Yo.
I will say with your Laco vision, she's not a shapeshifter. It's a
Thanks.
concern given your last night. I mean, I'm just
This one is just late. It didn't get the updates to the new new wardrobe.
right. Yeah, exactly.
Not all shapeshifters are bad.
Like he'll relax a little bit and just kind of like, all right, well, I'm gonna go.
Okay.
Keep
goodbye.
doing you.
Yeah, I will.
I think.
Journal. Today I heard Rafia laugh. I'm still shaking to my core.
As you're about to leave, you hear like some chuckling behind you, like from what you can clearly see is Scribbler like just chuckling to himself, and then he perfectly mimics Revia's. You're just not that funny. And then he starts dying again.
Oh no!
Revi's gonna look at him and be like, "Oh, you're awake. Are you okay?"
Just nice.
Roland's just gonna cast the guidance on him, with the explicit purpose of making it as flowery as possible. If not that he can control it, he's just gonna like.
Some guidance. The best is you have to touch him, so does he like burst into flowers like your hand? I'm like,
yeah, you get a big old hug from Scribbler, who's just kind of happy to see you, and he also goes over to roll him and gives him a hug too, and to get the bro pat. He looks at the two of you and is like, for a moment he pulls away and like his face gets a little more serious, and you can tell he's giving you like a medical examination, like he's checking the two of you out, making sure you're okay, like all the pieces are where they're supposed to be.
Ooh.
And once he does,
we just got raided. Hello. Hi, thank you.
Hello.
what was I saying? Oh yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
Once he's done, inspecting you and making sure you're all okay, he kind of looks and I don't have a lot. Is his body language? He's like, give me a moment. He starts like rummaging through some stuff, and he's grabbing like random, what appears to be at random, but it's clearly like a master worker who's been in his shop for the last who knows how many weeks, knows where everything is, and it's just like not even looking, pulling all these things together, and it's starting to crush leaves, squish stuff, like just like creating.
She's gonna watch him for a moment and be like, did you dream any? Did you see butterflies?
Yep. He's like nodding, like
yeah. Does he look more? Does he look more refreshed?
He does, and he starts scribbling on like a piece of parchment. He's like, I think I have the answer, and he points to one of the people, like the poor gnome who's now being eaten by that horrible spell, and he's like,
if you think that was pretty dark, please press F in the chat.
He then. You can't find a Dracolich and not Dracolich, a Demi-Lich, and expect to walk out okay.
Is there a Dracolich hanging out somewhere?
Maybe. So anyway.
Oh shit! Fuck. Sorry.
So he goes up to one of the equations that he has on the wall and then like begins to Goodwill Hunting start to like solve it. As he's attempting to like do another, like he's doing this and then like doing time stuff with the time-gated elements with some of his potions that he's quickly mixing.
Uh-huh.
But he seems to be energized, and he clearly stumbled upon something, as far as you can tell.
Okay. Can we? She kind of looks at Roland for a second. I was like about to say like, can one of them help? But she's like, he's barely a wizard. I've never done potions. Do you need us to carry anything? Can we do anything? I'm so strong. No, she doesn't say that. But like, okay.
He just kind of waves you off and like finishes what like the one line of his equation that he's doing. Looks at it, then begins to like finish mixing the potion. I'll say in about another minute or so, he'll come up with 2 super scribbler potions that he's like brewed on the spot for you, and hands them both to you, and then begins to scribble again. Apologies, I don't have a lot of ingredients. Things are crazy. If you give me a day or 2, I can get you some more. I believe there's some resource missions going on, but that's currently where we're at.
No. You've done so much for us. Thank you so much.
Should we help with those resource raids?
Yeah.
He's looking to revive.
Is there anything that we can get while we're out there? I mean, granted, we're going to Athas next. He's a lot we can get for that.
He looks at Ravaya, and then the swords, and then Zolan. So scribbling again. I think it's a stealth mission.
How dare you? I'm very stealthy. She's gonna just kind of like nod and smile, like, okay. If there's anything we could do, it's nice to. We have to thank Femi for her connections. For a second, she's gonna like kind of pout, like inwardly. Not, I don't think she's gonna do it outwardly, but she's gonna be for a second. It's just like, all my connections are apparently bad for me, but everyone else is just having a good time. But she's like not gonna say it out loud. But for a second, she's gonna be like, "This has been very helpful. This is good. This is really good." Dang it! All right. Anyway, so you. I'm glad you're feeling better, and that those things will hopefully help. We have a sort of a crazy-ish mission on our hands. The thing is, I'm not sure you would really help much with this, but if you had any ideas, we'd love to hear them. We're going to a place where metal is rare. Thankfully, not most of us have metal, but any ideas on how to hide that without overt magic that would otherwise get us in trouble? Or be detectable easily, that is.
Trying to think and starts like just jotting some notes down.
While he's doing that, Roland's gonna be like, "Do you think they have magnets?"
Everybody's gonna like slow turn at him. What?
Yes, I was just thinking of ways to detect metal without having magic, and magnets was the first thing that came to my mind.
I don't think that's how. Okay, no, it's fine. It was a good try.
You see him like rummage through one of his drawers and pulls out like this jar that's filled with kind of this weird, slightly yellowish liquid that looks really thick. Pulls it out and like give me a perception check, you two, to see if you can catch the label.
Oh sure. Zolan's back with me.
Yep.
I think.
Noise.
Ooh.
Very nice.
Noise.
All right. You both clock the label that's kind of been hastily like strapped on this thing as suspiciously sticky glue Mark III. Is what he has. And then
did that say?
Suspiciously sticky.
Yep, it did say that.
And then he pulls out like what looks like a butter knife, but then puts it on top, and then shows you the note he wrote. You glue stuff onto your weapons. Nobody will know. You glue, like I don't know, leaves, sticks, wood, whatever.
Can we take it off easily?
No.
Okay.
Hold on.
So if we glue a bunch of stuff,
That's a good idea. I haven't. And he's just he pantomimes like he hasn't slept. So like, give him a second.
No, it's fine. Yeah, she's not even upset. But there's just a moment where she imagines that she glued like all this fabric and shit to her sword, and then she goes to like pull it out, and it's just like a wrapped up sword. Like, ah, shit. Okay, but she's gonna wait.
After like a minute, he's scrounging through kind of the more utility side. Like you can tell this isn't like these aren't drinkable. These are very like, solvent stuff like that, and pulls out one. And this looks really, it looks like thin mercury. Like it's not as viscous, but it's very like silvery in color. But he pulls that out. Another note.
Mhm.
This dissolves all adhesives.
Oh.
And some people. Be careful.
Even suspicious ones.
He hands it to you.
I'm just gonna take. How much isn't it? Like.
I'd say it's
Like,
probably about a quart of each.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a lot. All right. I think she was thinking it was gonna be like a little vial. Okay. No, this. She like kind of laughs at probably the shenanigans they're gonna get in, trying to like glue and unglue some shit while they're in the middle of a city trying to stealth. But she'll pocket them and then give them another hug. Thank you. I'm sure this will absolutely help us. At least in some ways. There's a moment where she's like, God, if Tyrael were here, we'd have to glue everything to him. He's just a walking tin can. Okay. I think
Just
that's
imagine you all gluing like 14 pillows to his armor.
it. Right, exactly. He's gonna be the mission man.
Fluffiest plate armor war.
He goes over and pulls out. It says it says failed batch ink, and then pulls out one of them and holds it, and then begins to write again. This ink will stick and smear on anything and dull it. So if you need things that are tarnished or just straight black, and will probably stay black unless you use that solvent on it,
That
might help.
Yeah, actually, yes.
Also, for those of you who are looking at it, the liquid, even in that like form, looks very matte. Like there's no like gloss to it.
I feel like Roland is like trying to take it and like hold it up and look at it, and try and like position it in the light a little bit, and dab his finger in it, and be like,
You're safe. It won't dissolve people. Like
Is his finger like matte now though?
if you dip your finger in it, it is 100% matte black right now.
he's gonna.
As you're flicking these droplets all over the place, and there's like, anything it hits is just matte black now.
I feel like he's gonna not think about it. And he's gonna like naturally do his thing and like taste it. Like,
okay, whatever part of your tongue goes to taste it is also matte black. And
as you're doing this, can Ravaya try and swipe it away? Like you can continue with your thing, but she's gonna try and like snipe it or swipe it out of your hand.
Okay. So this is gonna come down to how willing Roland is to put up a fight. If he's just gonna let it go, then I'll say it's not a problem. Okay. All right.
Ravia's in true like not normal form right now. He is not trying to defunk any of this.
Okay, so you take it with no issue. Roland, the place of the tongue that it's on top of it now having a black spot on your tongue, you can't really feel anything because it feels like there's something on top of where it is.
Does it taste like anything though, or is it just like absence of taste almost?
It tastes like light chalk.
It's a good chalk. Not quite And then he's gonna like look at where he flung it and be like, "Ooh." And then he's gonna try to was it prestidigitation? I think it is. Yeah, he'll try to prestidigitation it off if he can. Probably not well.
Your prestidigitation goes off, and it like goes around the ink.
He's gonna look at his finger and be like,
yeah, that might be there for a while. Also, I want to take a moment to clarify that when you said it's pretty good chalk, that insinuates that at some point in your past you tasted other chalks and it wasn't as good as this. So,
"You've never tasted chalk before?"
no, why?
Oh, we are learning so much about why Roland is the way he is right now.
I mean, you know, you didn't play with chalk when you were a kid?
No.
Oh.
I mean, I also.
Did you play with? He's looking at Scribbler. He's like, "Did you play with chalk when you were a kid?"
He's like, I played with ink.
Well, there you go.
He's gonna do the.
What? Okay, can I just ask you for a favor, if you don't mind? If we are handed something, even if it's by a friend, unless it is explicitly defined as food, don't put it in your mouth, please.
He looks like he's struggling.
He's like debating in his head. He's like,
Oh my God.
how about you tell me if it's not okay? I guess I'll try.
There's nothing about this that he described that should make you think you should put it in your mouth. Is what I'm concerned about. This is normally a problem I have with him, and she like points at Zolan, but he can pretty much eat anything. We didn't know.
Now he's playing it with his other finger, trying to like rub it off. And, like,
Is it smearing at all? After like you were done with the initial playing, it is dried solid, and it is like you can rub it. You cannot get this off. It is on. Your tongue still feels weird, by the way.
Okay.
Does it still taste? Does the taste persist?
Are you just really tasting chalk?
Give me a Constitution save.
Oh my God.
Yep, still chalky.
Oh, no. Oh no.
I feel like is the remover toxic?
He just said it can dissolve many things, including people. You would not have a tongue if we put it on your tongue right now. Okay, so right.
He's debating in his mind if it's worth it.
This is a learning experience.
Ravaya, just for like a moment, just to recap real quick, the physical changes that have happened at Roland in the last 12 hours, right? Hair, dyed lilac tips, plant-like growth.
I forgot his tips got frosted.
And the obvious smell of lilac. Desna ear tips at the moment. Now a blackened finger and a darkened tongue. And that's, I mean...
And I'm the one everyone's concerned about.
Yep.
See, this is what happens when you have a high-end party, and by high, I mean not.
So just to recap what's happening with your boy right now.
Yep. Oh gosh. Okay.
Are there any like fruit laying around or something like that?
In Scribbler's room?
If you want to look for food, probably not in Scribbler's room. There is a mess hall here. It's on a floor above, and you would know that because you've been here before. But you know, there's anything that's edible in Scribbler's room is a potion.
He like pulls out like one of the, I don't know, was one of them a peach? Like one of them was a peach.
One of Titania's gifts.
Yeah. Tangerine, onion, and a bulb of garlic. All right, he'll pull out the tangerine and he's gonna like debate it. He's like, not yet.
By by all means, please bite into an onion, raw ass onion, right after you just put some lectins on your mouth. Anyway, Ramaya's gonna kind of just look over Scribbler for a moment and then kind of pocket that potion as well. We're going to be getting ready to go, and I believe Tithine is going to organize some kind of strike for the City of Warlocks as a distraction for what we're doing. Through it all, I just hope that you stay safe, and thank you as always for all your help.
He just gives you a hug, and is like, thank you for.
It's what I do best. She hugs him back and kind of rests a hand on Zolan, which doesn't really seem to leave even throughout this interaction. But she'll look over Roland. God dang it. So it sounds like he's pretty close to a cure, so that's good news for them out there. But
oh yeah, and he wants to like kind of look over the formula while she's saying that, and see if he can glean anything off of it.
Give me an Arcana check, and while you're looking at it, he hands you a small note.
He'll read that first real quick.
Even though you're not funny, I still like you. And there's like a heart at the bottom.
The burns.
He's gonna take the note. He's gonna like do one of these little numbers with it, and he's gonna put it like.
Oh my
god. But Arcana check 30. Okay, nice. Nice. So you can see the issue is kind of like addressing the polymorphic nature of this spell, right? And I think Scribbler realized he was chasing the wrong element of it. If something is constantly changing, like constantly changing with it is kind of like a fool's errand, more or less. So it looks like the alchemical concoction that he's going to use is going to some way transport that changing, like, because it's very much like your missile thing, right? The missile knows where it is because it knows where it isn't, right? He knows what is being like changed, what he wants to save, and he knows what's not. So anything that's not what he's trying to save is going to be transported out. And as far as you can tell with that particular formula, it looks like he's going to shunt it into the astral somewhere.
Does he have like? Does it look like he's got it, or is there anything that Roland would be able to add to it? I guess based off of what he just kind of read through.
So it's kind of a situation where like you're a very well educated graduate student and you're messing with some like super high level stuff that you understand, but you're not necessarily in the position, like just due to experience, to be able to contribute to it beyond a theoretical perspective. But as far as you can tell, the answer is almost perfect. Like how his solution is as elegant as you could think of in that particular time frame. So there wouldn't be too much else to add. Maybe like the application or like how much he would need to mix and stuff like that. Like some logistics element. And again, you're not in the business of alchemy, so to speak. So it'd be difficult for you to like truly.
Yeah, the chemical part is what's like. Yeah. He's like, sounds good.
Yeah. To you, it didn't make sense.
I will add, not to understand it, but is there anything that she can see off of that it seems like what was coming out of Mordecai's contingency mouth?
Oh, okay. With the two of you, yes. So if you're looking at it like that, Rabai, give me I guess an Arcana check. There isn't like, hey, can you read check? Give me an Arcana check, and we'll see if you can spot.
Plus 90.
Okay. No, that's fine. With that particular, you could tell in his earlier versions, he wasn't using all of those ingredients. He was using some of them to target certain elements of it. And this one, he is using all of it and creating the kind of. He didn't understand the transmutation, like the transmutation element of it, the conjuration element of it. Like, why would I want to conjure more? I'm trying to get rid of, but with his newest revelation.
Yeah, who the fuck uses conjuration?
Who uses conjuration? It's a garbage ass school.
Oh my god.
Trash. But yeah.
Cool. Okay. She'll kind of she'll clock that, but not say anything out loud. And then look towards Roland. We still have a little bit more of the plan to kind of figure out, but with them kind of handling things here, is there anything else you want to do before we leave? She's just staring at his tongue while she talks, not even looking at his eyes anymore.
He's just playing with it. Do a little wave, maybe like W and whatnot, just scratching his tongue with his tongue.
Do you need anything else from here before we go?
No, I think everyone's pretty much minus that one guy. But it looks like he's got it, so
Yeah, that
sounds good.
Good. Okay.
Just hope he's gonna kind of do that fucking third camera pan, just hope that so nobody stumbles across it wherever it goes.
Roland and Rabia, you both know that there's been some slight issues with accuracy in regards to some of the alchemical teleportations. So that could be an issue, but
yeah.
That's basically what Roland's for. He's just hope nobody yeah.
That's how we get the evil grandma with the chickens. She's just hanging out.
You don't know. She's just an astral farmer. Okay?
A farmer of chicken souls.
Why is that going to be the next campaign after Kamate Kamate?
Yep.
You guys still have to go after the Soul Seeker dragon anyway. There's a lot to handle. All right. So, excuse me. Apparently the dessert I gave Dubs wasn't enough, so he went and grabbed some sweets we got from the shore. So now I'm eating chocolate and trying to talk at the same time.
Yeah.
So pardon me. Anyway, Ravia's gonna while they're all kind of there, all being just Roland and Scribbler, she's gonna kind of bring up the plan a little bit more and just mention we have to sneak our way into the whole city, I believe, and then find what we're looking for, and then get out in a decent way. And also, timing is kind of important because of the dilation and the distraction on this side and the distraction that we will be having at the same time. So there are a few elements that we still need to kind of think through. And also, we don't really have a specific location for what we're looking for, other than the city. Is there any... We might have to revisit those books in a safe-ish way if we can. Because without a direction, I don't want us wildly wandering the city.
We were... Yeah, that was all tonight. Yeah, we were in the middle of reading them.
Yep.
But all that went down. Yeah. I know there's a couple. Correct me if I'm wrong, but a couple shrines or something like that for the firstborn throughout.
There are some shrines within New Guistinel. Euphemi told you about what she was reading, right? I'm pretty sure she did.
Yeah.
I think that was her and.
I know this was 6 weeks ago. I'm like, hey, yeah, remember that? I'm pretty. No, it wasn't. Tyrion wasn't there. It was Cecilia. Yeah.
Are you talking about when she was reading
the books?
With
Yeah.
Cecilia and Martani?
Correct.
No. Okay.
You would know that there is a complete history of the first city, the second city, and a majority of the landmarks in both. If you wanted to go and to read that. They're in the Harry books.
Ew! I got this. It sank in.
Remember, they're made of dusty fro hairs, so it's not great to hold them.
Paper mache hair again, just to remind you.
Yeah.
It's not like just a straight hairy book. It's paper mache hair.
It's paper mache hair. Yep.
Blech.
Roland's just gonna be like, well, I know there's a couple shrines or something throughout, and if that's the case, and knowing that metal there is rare, probably not going to be the easiest to get away with. Just he's gonna remember Scribbler's. If it's still on the desk, he's gonna kind of point to the note there that says secret mission, the stealth mission.
Revia's gonna think for a second. The other thing is we have to blend in-ish, and we don't do that here. And you are a problem. Like, it looks like she was gonna say something worse, but then problem comes out instead. I know.
None feels very strongly about
Oh my
this.
god, he's so sleepy. He's looking for cuddles.
Aww.
He's cruising for cuddles, baby. All right.
Well, the good thing is, I think I still have and he's gonna kind of rummage through his bag, like, I still have a ring of spell storing, so that'll help us with some things, but not a whole lot.
Right, but magic there is unusual, right? So I understand that you can use something that has a spell stored in it, but would that perhaps make us noticeable sooner?
He's gonna kind of like, he's heard of sorcery, obviously. He's never like been a sorcerer of any sort, but he's kind of wondering now if like non-magic users would be able to be like, bam, that's magic, I can smell it.
I can smell it.
Bam, magic.
She's also going to mention she's mostly worried about Dragoth telling that they're there. Not necessarily the locals. Locals are bad, but if they're doing some otherworldly shit over there.
If you're saying this with an earshot, Scribbler can be like, you see him like writing a note. I have a long-term polymorph potion. Need ingredients though.
What do you need?
All right, so hold on.
While he's doing that, he's like, Auntie, what all do you need for polymorph?
So if you bring Outdeed out and she sees his list, I'm gonna have her roll. Hold on.
He's trying to like play it off and be like, haha, I knew some of the ingredients. Like he's trying to
He's trying to be smart about it.
Has indeed seen him with all these weird ass changes?
He's still
not
like
recently, yeah.
So playing by the way.
He's seen the dots are the ones that she's seen everything else. Although she has wings too now. So
oh yeah,
they got her too.
Everyone's tainted.
All right, so this is a failure on me as a DM because I'm pretty good at most things. Botany is a fucking dead zone to me. Like, I don't understand it at all. I'm like,
also, get the fuck out of here, Dennis. There's zero things you fail at as a DM. So get out of here.
So, like, making plants on the fly, I'm like, hostas. The only reason why I know about those is because I murdered my mom. Sorry, Mom. So yeah, I like the plants on the fly. It to me is like trees, grass, shrubs. It's maybe ferns if you're lucky. That's what I got.
No worries. We can go through ingredient 1, 2, and 3.
Plenty. Where did I put Andeet's sheet?
I don't know because I don't have an Andeet sheet.
I don't have one either.
I can't help you there, friend.
Oh, Dennis, do you want to take a quick 5-minute break so you can people can bio? You can look up some stuff real quick.
Do you guys want to buy it? Do you guys need one?
I mean, sure. I don't need one. I'm just trying to give you some time so you don't feel rushed or nothing.
Oh, okay. No, I'll be rushed. It's cool. Unless you guys need one, I'll
be rushed.
You know, I just imagine them all in Athas with that ring. Like somebody just like when you in the hood and they yell out random shit. It's just like, hey, whoever that casting those spells right now.
Yeah.
Hey, who that is?
I smell magic.
Go see who that is.
Magic. Oh, you know what? I meant to.
I always gotta go see who that is. You go look. I ain't trying
Then is that's a cool ass fucking skull. B2 does.
Oh yeah, you found it. Okay.
Cool skull.
I'll
Look
show
for
you.
it.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Oh yeah. While you guys are here, I can have you guys read this actually. So here is the information on the warp stone, because you guys very
Yeah, I'm already
correctly told me you needed it, and this is the. Oh, that's blood magic in general that you can pull from. That's the spells that you'll get from that skull.
When I saw the hemodome, I honestly was just like, was I supposed to see that? I don't think I was supposed to see that. That's what Flandy has, right? Oh man.
Well, you've seen
Roland-
him with it, so yeah.
Roland would definitely share that information too. He wouldn't just close hold that. He would. Hey,
Oh,
this is what this. I found out what it does. I forgot to fucking research it, but here it is. I put it. He'll like. It's kind of creepy. What do you think?
What do you think? Okay.
Well, like, I mean, he sees Revi using fucking demon magic and shit to be all.
It's fine. It's not bad.
It is fine.
No problem here.
You just had an entire fucking butterfly day, and he tell you that to watch out.
Yeah.
Oh, yo. Unstable Matrix on freaking Leah.
Oh, I'm not reading it. Sorry.
Terrifying.
Also,
Yeah.
why'd you get a 29 investigation?
Hell yeah.
Because it's Andit. So she comes back and yeah, she like rattles off a bunch of plants I can't do, like I don't know, magic wisterias or something.
There you go. You got it.
But pretty much is like, oh yeah, I remember that in college. We had a couple mandatory alchemy classes. I got blah 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 blah. And polymorph obviously is within her thing, so she's like, I would just cast it. I wouldn't put it in a potion, but so she's kind of rattling them off. And then as Scribbler shows her the list, she's like, I think we have all of those at the house.
Oh,
if you want to go back, we can take him with you if you want.
I don't. You'll hear out loud, bro. I don't think he has time to come with us. Do you have time to come with us?
Scribbler.
No, he's asking Scribbler now.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. He's just like, when are you leaving? Is what he's planning to mommy.
Nowish?
You're going to the place now?
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
No, back to the gelatinis.
And he'll produce the minor image of Gelatini.
Yeah, okay. He's like, give me 3 hours, and if with permission, I'll go.
Okay, that works then. We'll do that. Okay. Well, shoot. We still think we still have a teleportation potion back to here because I've been using my pine cones, which I haven't.
Oh. No, this is a different plane. Rome's having like out loud. He's like, "Oh, I can learn the thing." Wait a minute.
I'll leave you guys there to hash out the logistics.
Yes.
I'm gonna hop back over to Maya.
Yes.
Papaya.
Hello.
Yufemi,
Your
while
parents
all
are
this is
on-
happening, and you're kind of in your so exhausted, it's like it's not even sleep. It's just your body shutting down with your brain kind of just taking along with the ride. Almost like an unwilling participant because you've been fighting to stay alive. Like it's been a struggle for you it's not like it's been easy. It's like you've been fighting to stay conscious and your body is just like, nope, we're done. So as you drift off in this kind of weakened, somewhat combative state of trying to stay at least mentally active, the world kind of fades away. And the first thing that goes, obviously, besides your sight is the sound. The subtle shifting of the nights and just the general kind of cacophony of the manor and all that stuff begins to just kind of fade into a dull hum. after a few moments, you find yourself floating. The kind of unmistakable feeling of being in the astral. And the kind of weightlessness. And there's always this kind of neat feeling of along with the weightlessness, not having the stresses of the world on you. When there's truly, it's just you in this plane. You begin to drift for a bit, and in front of you, you see your cocooned staff, kind of thick with that fibrous, papery kind of construction over it, just floating. 2 very large butterfly wings on the back of it, as a very familiar gossamer-clad figure kind of floats into your view. You had one hell of a day.
Oh, I said such stupid things to you.
Goddess of Dreams. I hear all kinds of funny things.
It's good to see you again. Thank you for visiting me yet again. What do I owe the honor?
Well, you are going to be traveling quite a bit. I'm excited to see what that looks like. Although I might not be able to see all of it, or most of it, actually. But
I will absolutely tell you every detail.
I'll hold you to that. So, I have something here for you. And you watch as she gently taps the cocoon that's over the staff, and it begins to kind of unravel, and these kind of very brightly fluorescent wings sprout out of it, in this kind of silvery staff with these kind of like dream catcher feathers float down from it.
Wow.
It's a little flashier than what you had before. You can get rid of the wings if they don't please you, or if you're trying to be a little more stealthy. But it's got a few tricks I think you'll enjoy, for the most part. But he's laughing. What did I do? What did I misspell?
Huh? What? Oh, god damn it, Foo.
What happened?
No, you're doing fine. I just said, yo, she's Sailor Moon in all caps.
Oh.
Because it feels very Sailor Moony. I'm sorry.
Yep.
No, that only happens if she spins and stars go through her body.
Yeah.
Those are the colors.
We don't know yet.
We
don't know yet.
Right.
You're right.
Uh,
I'm gonna throw my tiny tiara at someone.
Yeah.
Also, despite our clowning, that is really cool artwork. So anyway.
So
I mean, we always clown on Niners' cool artwork. So.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Why does he have shorts on? He's got high pants.
He had hot pants on.
Micro shorts.
For those of you who don't know, I have these cool draconian guys, and I wanted them to be armored, and they're kind of, they're kind of Draco guys. So you can't put full plate on them because it just looks weird. And he had these armored, kind of I don't know. They were kind of shorts, but he got big thighs, and from a distance, it looked like he was wearing armored hot pants. It was a bad look. It looked better close up. As soon as it was scaled down, not so much. And I've never lived that down. So anyway, Desna comes back to you, or Nenners does at least, and I think this will serve you for what you're going to do. I understand you're going to need some storable magical power, so you should have plenty in here. To refuel it, you just have to go on a dream once per day, and you'll get your charges. So instead of the charges at dawn, when you sleep, or whenever you decide to sleep, and it's long enough to have a decent dream, that's when you'll get them back, essentially. It's her twist on it.
Does it count when I cast Traveling Dream?
No. You need to actually dream.
See, that's an important detail.
It is. It is. I've spoken to some of your friends.
Oh,
You have a very colorful group.
out of curiosity, who did you speak with?
Ravaya.
Ravaya?
It's a nice long conversation. I spoke with Roland, and I will be speaking with Karasu after I'm done with you.
Wait, you spoke with Roland? I am so sorry.
She spoke with Rolo.
Roland, talk to her, remember?
Yeah.
That's how you got the ears. You spoke to her when you were in the same room with the staff.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yep.
It's coming back to me now.
I thought
I'm
you meant
sorry you had to go through that.
No, he's delightful. I enjoy him.
She's joking. She's like, nobody should speak with Roland.
You are absolutely privileged to have the friends that you have.
Yeah. Just thinking about the time she had to say something gone haywire, but she's like, yeah, I think so.
I mean, you wouldn't have had the experiences you've had. Better for worse.
My last experience is literally being a rage monster. That's like the first scene that flashes.
Yeah, just boom. Well, not all of them are good, but you do need the contrast. That's what makes the painting.
Yeah. Yes, that's true. We're gonna have a lot to reflect on when this is over.
Indeed. Your I'm not gonna lie to you. Your path ahead is very dangerous. I've done some research into Dragoth, and I've seen his dreams. They're ambitious, somewhat terrifying, but they're all born of a strong need to provide. That being said, my advice to you would be to avoid doing any kind of overt harm to his citizens. I fear his wrath, if should he find out, would be unmatched.
She's gonna think on that, and I think, yeah, that sounds familiar. Given Desna's history.
Yes, he's a different breed. He typically, if he's going to fight you, he'll fight you. He doesn't appreciate going after those weaker than him or adjacent to him as a way of getting to him, unless they're part of his, military entourage or something like that.
That reminds me. There was a point at which I was teleported to his room, to Athas. And I spoke with him. Did you lose touch with me?
I did.
Ask me anything about that.
Okay. What did he offer you? Oh, goodbye.
Oh no!
Connection lost.
Oh, she's back.
She's
It
back.
happened again.
Welcome back.
That is great fucking canon. I love it.
Oh, goodbye. You did still say it in Desna's voice, so it was so good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you back?
I think so.
Okay.
Yo, man, that's I didn't know you jammed that hard, bro.
Man, I hit the drag off kill your connection button.
Yeah, it was so weird. There was a whole bunch of.
If I was a G, I would have put his picture over yours, but
Oh, I don't like it.
See, Ninners would be darker if he had a chance.
if I had the opportunity, I just need the tools. But she hesitates for a moment, and what did he offer you?
numerous things. He presented 3 exits for me. One leading back to the battlefield with the others. Another leading to Galarian. And the third, well, I guess the third option was to remain with him and try to bring life to that dead world of his. Once he successfully stole magic, I suppose.
What interested you more?
You know me, I've never been a fan of fighting a war that doesn't need to be fought. I'd much rather see peace occur or find a solution through speech than to draw blades. And I could understand the desire to bring life to one's dead world. But in the end, I went back to my friends. I had a job to do. And I don't think one world should be sacrificed so that another can thrive. That's never the answer.
I agree, but not everyone could see Galarian or even an opportunity to breathe life into an otherwise dead world and walk away.
Maybe, but I mean, I set out from Galarian how long ago now?
It's been a minute.
It's been a very, very long time. I was barely out of childhood when I left. Granted, I didn't know that I was leaving when I left, but then I found myself in the Feywild, and at that point, what is time? I always felt that when my duties were done, or at the very least, when I saw this through, even though I had no idea it would be this big or this important, that I would eventually wind up home. Or maybe not. I mean, I thought the whole point of it was to travel anyway.
Indeed. And travel you shall. I expect to hear a lot from where you are, but again, I would tread lightly. That area doesn't take well to strangers. You're better equipped than most to blend in places that you're not supposed to be.
Indeed.
But it is a harsh world. And there are some planes where the spirits and nature itself will be willing to converse. From what I've heard of that place, it is hostile. Assume everything is hostile. Everything is trying to eat you or kill you or worse.
Interesting. So not even me being what I am would be able to hold back the nature in that place?
It has less to do with you as a person and more to do with your ability to show one's power, or it's very much a predator-prey environment.
Is there a way to soothe the beast?
If you're patient enough, perhaps. Again, I don't have firsthand knowledge, but from what I've seen and heard from those who have traveled, it is the definition of harsh. The people, the creatures there are on another level of aggressive, hardy, cunning that is frankly unique to that world.
Oh, this is the part in Final Fantasy when the world gets broken, or you go to a new world and everything is like level 48 instead of level 12. I get it now. So she's gonna be like, are any of the dreamers or travelers that have visited that place, are they still around? would we be able to reach out to them and learn from them?
I see like her wings droop slightly, her face kind of gets more sullen for a moment. I've only known of a handful that tried, and none of them came back.
Oh,
You would be the first. And I want to emphasize that they are beyond my reach.
so they
So-
never left.
Souls and all.
Okay. Oh, that's some gravity there. I had other questions, but that one right there just kind of took the winds out of my mental sails. I have to wrap my head around that.
I
Oh,
understand.
that is a tough one. Okay. Whew. Um. So you've been in contact with our friends. You've been making yourself more and more present in this journey of ours. Um. There was a certain hairy tone that I perused to learn more about our enemies. I don't suppose you were able to get the information out of that?
I could, but where's the journey in it for you?
Oh, I just mean I could, if you didn't already know, I could tell you what I learned from it.
I I've never been terribly interested in knowledge like that. Things need to be experienced. Well, obviously, education and books are important. I prefer to see it.
That's fair. It's interesting. I remember that when I first arrived here, I was following dreams about the night that we went to that ball with the black staff and him frankly being an idiot. Um, I never imagined it would lead all the way down to this, but they were connected, and here we are. Is this always what was going to happen? She's like thinking back to like, when she first saw butterflies and like went on this long journey.
It's one of the paths. You could have missed the ball and something horrible could have happened. Um, Waterdeep could be minus a few thousand citizens.
Well,
Each path has its own road, has its own stops, some more abrupt than others. This is one of the better ones.
she's taking a moment to just kind of like settle on this is one of the better futures with all that they're dealing with. Didn't they just kill Topper's? Well, I guess all the things they face down, she's just like, oh, I guess we are beating them. So that's okay. I see where you're coming.
You should speak to Zahariel at some point. I think you might find his perspective interesting.
Sahariel, yes. Have you kept tabs on Ali as well?
He is elusive, but not quick enough. Yes.
And the druids we were about to interact with?
There's like a hint of darkness over her face for a moment. You've heard the adage of cornered animals. I found that cornered druids are far more terrifying. They are viewing this threat on a level that I don't think most factions truly understand.
But
You should speak with them. But
What is the plan?
be wary. They are not ones to really conspire between the factions. There's a level of respect there, but that respect is being tested sorely. There's a lot at stake.
I'll have to let Revive know what we can expect there.
Pay attention to your goofy tall friend when he's there.
Do I have to? Oh, so he doesn't blow us up or anything.
No, I think you might find an interaction or two interesting. She tries to like stifle a chuckle.
Yeah, see, there's never a shortage of interesting things when Rolo's around. It's just those interesting things are usually terrible.
Well, I don't think they'll be terrible, but I think you'll find them amusing.
Yeah, he is usually amusing. She's thinking of all the times she's just watched him talk to Aunt Dee or this invisible cube or whatever. And how she didn't even know he was talking to a cube for like the first week or so. Like, oh, he's crazy. He just talks. He just does that. But yeah, she's just kind of thinking on all this stuff. And she, for a moment, paused and just like, I'm much more agile-minded in this dream than I was before I fell asleep.
Good. Because you're going to stay asleep for quite some time.
Oh.
You need it, among other things. And it might be the last restful sleep you get for some time.
Yeah, I'm finding that rest is one of the things that are... We never get those, really, opportunities to sleep around here. Which, for me, my ability to speak with you is not pleasant.
I'm going to have to go soon. I've been abandoning some of my responsibilities in Galarian, so I'm sure they need me, but I think you guys are in a good place.
Thank you. I mean, I never imagined that you'd be here so directly, or I mean, at risk of sounding like a fool, it feels like I was chasing dreams for a very long time. Functioning on faith and belief and yeah. But now here I am talking to you and I have this staff now and you visited my friends, which you've saved us numerous times already. And thank you.
And you've saved multiple people already and are trying to save even more at your own personal cost. We need more people like you and your friends. So it is me who is thanking you. But I must pay your avian friend a visit, and then I shall be off. But
He's a fun one.
He seems rather direct. I respect that.
All right, thank you. And I look forward to the next time we meet.
Be well, Euphemi. And she just kind of flaps her wings out of your vision, and you're just met with probably one of the best sleeps you've ever had. Like just the deepest REM sleep, like just completely out and restful.
Just in bed, like,
yeah. Is Katasu still alive?
He's brushing his teeth right now. I was about to say, do you want to extend this scene by 5 more minutes? Because he's brushing his teeth. Yeah, no, you don't. You do not.
I'll skip back over to you guys.
I'm super curious about if she visited Zolan directly and what that would.
Roll what would that be? Is we're like, hello there, Zolan.
It's Zolan dreaming about like hunting halflings in a field with Revia running next to him, like on top, and playing some game of tag or something. And just frolicking into a sunset.
Yeah, pretty much.
Leaving bus-sized holes in the earth.
That's what those wings mean. He can fly now. That would be so hilarious.
That is bonkers.
We
we can take a break, I guess, so that way it's not.
Do you want a break? I'll give you a break.
Let's do a quick break.
All right, you do a quick break.
Foos wants a break.
Foos
We
wants
be
a
back.
break.
Because I realized
Foos wants a break. We'll be back.
Take a break.
So we'll be back in like
back.
5-10-ish minutes. We'll be back.
Okay.
In 10-5-ish minutes.
10 minutes. we're back. Some of us are. Anyway,
Most of us are. Oh,
most
no.
of us are. Katasu, as I described before, everyone's had a rough 2-3 days. It hasn't been great. And you probably ran a mile, probably 3 or 4 miles in about 2 minutes with you just flying all over the speed.
Yeah.
It's been a very intense part for you. So as someone who's very in tune with his body, you can tell there's an element of physical exhaustion that plays into your sleep. And that comes to you very quickly. But as you kind of focus your mind and bring yourself to that kind of peaceful place, it's almost immediately disturbed by a butterfly that you had been seen darting around. And it's kind of weird. It takes you back for a second because you're like, I just saw it. My eyes are closed. Why am I seeing it now? But it hovers for a moment and kind of hovers around you inquisitively, and then kind of swirl, there's a bit of smoke that comes from it, and the smoke begins to expand until you see a female form, again very kind of dressed in a gown, huge wings, dark hair, silver eyes. I've heard of you. The Queen's champion. Except, curiously, not a gift. Oh no, honor is mine. I've, again, been impressed by the legacy that you've left and how stalwart you are amongst your friends. And she kind of, as she's saying this, she plays the scene of Roland and Revile arguing about the book and what to do, and then you're being like, it doesn't take that long to put a kid to sleep. And just kind of waves the vision away. One thing that, your curiosity to me. Some of your friends are conflicted. Others are doing the best that they can. Others are also trying to just be as helpful as they can in the situation. But I have a hard time isolating your motivations. What are you looking for? When this is all said and done, the heroes save the day. What are your plans?
Go back home, honor the village.
To see a home restored. I can understand that. And the Gith, I believe, are still rebuilding it, as far as I know. It's mostly done. Have you been back since?
For the rebuilding?
No.
No.
We saw it.
Okay.
Desna out here acting like we got time. Why haven't you visited your loved ones? We're dying! Really? Anyway, go ahead, sorry.
Would you teach? Would you be an elder in the village, maybe?
Give no thought.
Interesting. It's very,
Pass bridge. Get to it first.
I respect that. Very open. Focus on what's ahead. Don't worry about problems that aren't there. Understood. So, I felt it was necessary to speak to you, one, because I was curious about you, and two, you now kind of serve two queens,
That's weird.
which is an interesting conundrum. Might get a little more interesting during your event, as I believe both are going to try to attend. They may try to pull you one direction over the other. As I'm sure you're aware, Vlakith, the Gith one, is not too thrilled with the Klex. So be mindful what you say. I'm not sure how the Klex Queen is going to play that one out. But it could. What do the young ones say? It could get spicy. And I know, as you say, like you like to get to the bridges before you deal with your issues. It might be a good idea just to take a peek at the other side of that particular bridge. I'm not sure that house can hold the wrath of those two leaders if given the chance.
Thank you.
You're most welcome.
This lady's telling you that 2 other ladies are going to fight over you. You got to be diplomatic about it because they're like gods almost, you know? Yep.
In addition, your friends are going to need your insights, your stoicism, and probably your blade as well. So don't stray too far from them.
I will never leave their side.
You are a loyal one. That is true. I should be going, but if there's anything you need from me, or have any questions that I could perhaps, since you answered some of mine.
He's not frozen. He's just
Yeah.
No, I get it. You can. It's fine.
I guess not.
Well, I wish you a safe travel. We may or may not be seeing each other again, but I hope you enjoy your rest.
Thank you. Safe travel.
She bows her head, and with a wave of one of her wings, you fall back into that sleep, and she fades from your view. And Katasu's out.
And you wake to sleep.
Yeah. Hey, well, just
Yeah.
out.
It's like the opposite of a JRPG. Hey, wake up! Wake up!
Yep.
All right, so back to Team Inevitable Reason.
Yes. Oh my god.
You guys were conspiring about. Oh my god.
Back to Mr. Bean here.
What is that?
That's the thing on his tongue. He's role playing.
But is that the back of your pen? Like, what is
Yeah,
that?
the cap to the pin.
Oh, okay. Because at first I was like, man, that's a long ass Tootsie Roll, and I don't know why my brain was
Let me
like, it's
see
food. That's why I had to ask, because my brain did stupid things. I'm sorry.
Okay, this way to go.
I'm not saying from the longest Tootsie Roll in the world. I didn't know.
Who eats Tootsie Rolls like that, Foos? How is that? Oh, that's a great Tootsie
Well, no,
Roll.
I thought you were role playing it out, but I thought you had food to do it with. But then I was like, I don't know if that's food. So
He had an 8-inch Tootsie Roll that he just pulled out.
Hey man, the South is weird like that.
I've been waiting for this role play moment.
See, that's how you know your husband loves you. He's backing you up in the most cockamamie scheme ever. You're dead wrong, and he's got your back. Bless your heart, man.
Oh man.
hey, mama.
If it's any consolation for Andy, I once had friends dare me to down a 12-inch pixie stick, and I did
Oh my god.
because quote unquote I ain't no punk.
I ain't no punk.
And I closed out the rest of that night by staring at their bookshelf.
Can I get a diabetes in chat?
Yeah, seriously. Can I get a D for diabetes?
D for diabetes. Oh,
Oh
yes.
my god, diabetes.
I was on such a bad sugar high that I just like stared at their bookcase like, man, I don't know if I'm gonna come down from this, dude. This is fucked up, man. This is bad.
Oh my god. So yeah, see, it's not that weird. He could have had a. Anyway, sorry, we're coming back to us, and he's role playing some stuff on his tongue, and this turned into a weird conversation.
He's dedicated to his craft.
He is.
It's,
Okay, so
he found a pen and he's just like playing with it, the spot, and he's just like, well, I guess we can read. Oh, sorry.
You're not.
Read some of those. Read some more of the books. Maybe use some of that glue. I'm probably gonna opt to just give you the items I want glued.
Okay. But while we're here, just take mental inventory of all the metal things. My weapons, Karasu's weapons. Your staff is not. Is it metal? It's not metal, hey? It's just.
I don't know that this. And he's holding up. I don't know if that's what's the word? Native to that plane.
Well, I also worry if it is very. Okay. Look, okay.
So for the audience, the whoop bloop is it's a Kuatoa staff with the lobster with the hands open. Like how they do their.
Give me the artwork for it.
Oh God, what is the? I think they got builder, whatever their. I can't say it right now. Whatever their god is, I forgot what it is, but it's kind of made in that image. But yeah, you have the.
It's a staff with a lobster on fucking top of it.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so but the rest of it though, it is okay. I know obviously there's a lobster on top, but is the rest of it clearly aquatic looking? I guess is my question.
Yeah, it's got kind of a corally texture for the haft, and there's like shells and other kind of aquatic creatures built into it. Starfish, stuff like that, wrapped around it. It is clearly the one thing I will say though is if you don't know what an aquatic creature looks like, it's a very alien staff to you. So it might not be aha, you're not from here, because that's from what you wouldn't be able to deduce that, but you would definitely be that is clearly not from here. Whether that's an issue in that city is yet to be seen.
Okay, so we're gonna have to hide your staff then as well. Armor for all of us is not. We don't really have much metal there, unless she kind of looks down at her studded leather armor and is maybe parts of mine.
That's easily cover-upable, I think.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And you have a long-term polymorph that we can use. Euphemi can change herself entirely. Karasu and I and Zolan, I think we'll need to come up with some kind of solution for it.
Does that include your items, or is that just the appearance?
I imagine it's just appearance.
Polymorph is all of you, essentially.
Oh, polymorph is for all of us?
Yeah, so it's for it's for you.
Oh, no. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you meant it would work for, they would cast it on all of us.
It's a potion, so he's going to make enough for everyone to hit.
Oh, shit, never mind.
Yeah, that was going to be his next question. Indeed, is do we have enough to make as many as you need?
I thought it was enough for one.
Yeah.
Oops.
Indeed's doing some math. I think we have at least enough for 4, I hope. Assuming my degenerate nephew wasn't using it for anything else.
Okay. Revia is oh, that's good. And then you see her get lost in thought for a second. And then she looks down at her Boulay companion. What is he going to change into that's relatively native to him? Also, these potions, for the most part, if we're using them, there's an element of, for meta term, concentration that we must maintain. She looks back at Zolan. I'm not sure he's capable.
If you're saying that in front of Katasu, Scribbler, he's going to be
No, okay. But then what do I change him into? Or what do I ask him to change into?
How do we unchange ourselves?
Okay, also, part of our research in the books might be what animals are native that are four-legged and it won't be weird. Because if we turn him into anything bipedal it's going to be bad, I think. I think it's going to be bad anyway. She's getting mental images of a hedgehog trying to jump and burrow in one jump or something. Something that a Boulay can do and a native hedgehog cannot.
Does Rolo remember reading or seeing anything that might fit this bill?
I just picture a tiny
hmm.
hedgehog with Revia's horns.
Roll 'em. Sometimes you just got to clear the palate.
Yeah.
Roll 'em. Your reading was specific to Tabata's, like, I'm going to kill these mofos.
Yeah.
This is how I'm going to do it. He didn't care about anything other than murking those guys. So you have no
what about like
perspective.
Would he have any from the dream with D'Artagnan?
No, because that was in a very like you were literally in a desert and it was just them versus you. The person who would have the most insight is in the deepest sleep of her life.
Yeah.
So you can go get her and she can probably answer that question for you.
I'm sure there's something in these books that'll.
Yep.
We can get to that part.
Kit, just imagine this staff being a little bit bigger. I'm trying to. Good Lord, why is this not? Why are you being difficult? Be nice to me. There you go. Foozca, can you?
Yeah, hold on. Sorry, pardon me. I got to go switch the things. Did you share it with everybody? Hold on. Oh, no, it's on the... Never mind.
It should be on the screen. Yeah.
Oh, my God. I love this thing so much. Okay, hold on. There it is.
I'm
totally hearing the Zelda.
Yeah. So something like that, Kit, is kind of what we're looking at. Lobster staff.
Amazing.
Did you see what I posted in the chat?
Which chat? I'm in 3.
Our meat, Google Meet.
Google Meet.
Google staff.
You put something in the meat chat?
In the meat?
Oh.
It sounds
in the
weird.
Oh my God.
I know. Oh no.
Hey, you found the
Jesus.
You found the what's it called? The sea holder. Yeah.
Is it
I had to make mine. That's awesome. Anywho, they fought a beholder that was aquatic sea holder. Anyway, where was I? You guys were talking about some stuff.
Yep.
We were trying to figure out how to disguise Zolan.
Yeah, it was literally
That was it. Yep.
Reviah
Yes.
thinking out loud. Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
For Zolan. But we were trying to see if anybody did research on like quadrupeds that would be native, that she could disguise him as, and then we got derailed. So she's still in like plan mode, but I'm just gonna say that'll taper off a little bit, and she's gonna say, if Scribbler wants us to wait a few hours for him to finish what he needs to do here, maybe we should come back.
Does the potion seem like something he would be able to like maybe do, or is it just one of those like, nope, here's your stuff. Thank you for your service. Glad he's asking DM.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. What were you saying?
Is the potion like? Does it seem like Roland would be able to like put it together and be like, all right, I got this. I can make it now that I've seen this. Cool, I got this. Thank you for your assistance. Or is it one of those just like, I know what you
Scribbler
need.
would need to be there for sure.
Okay.
It's I mean, it's chemistry. It's very specific timing, very specific pressure, temperature. I guess if it was a mechanical thing, it's like, all right, maybe I could bang these gears in a way that could make sense eventually. Maybe have a gear backwards or something.
To 350 degrees.
Yeah, but it's very much a baking situation where it's like it's not just the ingredients; it's how they're put together.
It's not actual measurements. It's just use a dash. Yep. Sprinkle that seasoning in until your heart feel your soul tell you to stop.
Should we come back then?
I don't know how your pine cone works, but I should probably I know teleport now.
Do you know teleportation's...
Katasu was like, I keep saying Katasu. I'm looking at Dubs, and that's throwing me off. Scribbler's like, he pulls out like one of the teleportation, like the gold and black potions that he uses.
Yeah, one would be good. I can.
Well, we don't want to use your. I mean, but...
I have one already, and I can get us back there, and actually back here I have 3 charges. I
So
use
you
one
just
here. So
the
yeah.
ingredients are there. You might as well let me go there.
That's a good point. I guess we'll wait. Okay, we'll wait. Do you want to? I don't know what you want to do while you're hanging out here, but I'm going to see what I can do to help in the meantime.
He's like, I can go. You go. I meet.
Okay.
Do you know?
Sorry.
Does he know how to get into the gelatinis?
He can come to us.
Revaya, you would know that he does because him and Tithian are boys, and Tithian and Aloysius are boys. That's not an issue.
Yes. No, getting him there would be fine. That's not. Anyway, she's gonna like just turn and try and like hug Scribbler. He's like, "We'll see you soon. Let's just go. You and I can get a little bit of rest until he arrives, and then a little more planning once everyone's up." Okay.
Yeah.
Let's just. All right. She's gonna watch him play with his tongue and then like start activating the pine cone. We have a short period of time. Ready?
Yep.
All right. She'll kind of like get an open-ish area so she's not going to ruin poor Scribbler's lab or anything, and activate the pine cone. And
Roland's gonna study the pine cone while she's doing that.
Study the pine cone?
Yeah.
Okay, give me an Arcana check.
I feel like he's.
Oh my god! What the fuck? Oh, natural 2. What the fuck?
Nice work, by the way, with the VTTS thing.
Which one?
The digital dice. They work now.
Oh yes, I did notice that too. Sorry.
Yeah, it looks like a pine cone. You've seen pine cones back home before. This one's unusual sized. Coloration's a little different. Pine cone.
I feel like he's gonna get distracted and be like, "Oh yeah."
So now that it's had time to settle, to your horror, it's not like paint where it like, we've all been there where you get some kind of chemical on your finger and it's just like it's bonded to the skin and like you cannot get it off without removing the skin, right? And I mean, for most guys, it's like, all right, man, I'll just fucking suck it up, just rip it off and call it a day. It has sunken in. Like you don't feel it anymore. It's like it's stained your flesh.
It's like a tattoo?
It's like a tattoo, essentially. Like you can feel your fingerprints underneath there. It's indiscernible from where your finger currently is.
He's just distracted to find things for it to like hide. And like, oh, I lost my finger. Like that. That's just like when the conversation dies down. Like that's the kind of stuff that he's doing. Like, finger.
Is it at least going to be cool with the audio? All right.
Hey, she's back.
Welcome-ish.
I don't know what's going on. Like every time I try to turn the camera back on, it'll seem normal and it just
die.
Freak out all over again.
You're having plenty issues. Congrats. Welcome to the club.
Freddy, you just teleport all over the place and do some weird fucking time warping shit. She just disappears.
That's the computer trying to, recover from being bit flipped.
Time warping. Good time.
People who don't know, my boy here is radioactive and is shooting out gamma.
We all are a little bit.
A little bit. You more than most. Most of us don't shoot gamma particles at our processor and cause them to bit flip and break stuff. That's what he does. So that way. Anyway,
waves.
Anywho, I believe we returned.
We do. So with your lovely pine cone, you poof back. Where did you leave the other one? In the basement?
Mine's usually in my room, but I don't remember if I moved it.
Okay.
I imagine I did, right?
Okay.
It's up to you. You tell me.
Roll me a D100.
Good. Me? Good.
Mhm.
I've been rolling real good tonight. Hold on. Here comes a single-digit D100 roll. I got you, buddy. All right.
No, that's me.
Whoa. Yep.
That's still higher than 3 of my D100 rolls.
It's a 40.
Combined.
So you hit your pine cone and you all bamf out. And unfortunately, the Gelatini Manor is in lockdown mode.
Yep.
And that was to see if it would pass through, even though it's already in there, and it does not. So you get, it sounds like you hit like a tub of gelatin almost, and like you kind of like you watch like this kind of field shimmer in front, and you are deposited probably like 3 feet in the air down onto the ground in front of the front door of the Gelatini Manor, to a bunch of confused knights and paladins who are like, the hell's. Like the swords are out initially, and they realize who it is, and like, quickly sheath it. Let me help you out.
Yeah, I was going to ask, did we land, or was it just?
You landed. It was a hard land. Where Zolan landed?
Well, sorry, Fred, you chopped up. What did you say?
His finger.
My finger.
Oh, Meister, what happened? Are you okay?
Where'd it go?
Is that necrotizing? We might have to amputate.
He's fine. Don't worry.
Is it a plague?
He found a potion and put it in his mouth immediately. It's not meant for that.
The potion did that.
It's not a potion.
Relax a little bit.
Okay.
We could have a little fun with it.
All right. Sir, are you... Oh my. And then they see like where Zolan landed. Like the concrete block is just cracked. And he just kind of like gets up, and you can tell like he's like, I don't like being in the air unless I like put myself there. Like he's just kind of like, you know, when they're like quadrupeds are a little upset and they kind of get like this little gate, you know, like that's kind of what he has. It's like I do not like teleporting at all. But he kind of begins to looks back towards you, Irvine, to see if you're going to come with, and then he's just going to kind of mosey in the front door. And you're thankful at this point that it is double doors. Otherwise, that would be a very serious concern. But he is able to kind of mosey through.
Quick question, though, because I teleport to where the pine cone is.
Yes.
So, is the pine cone like now next to us, or is it? Do I not see it? Do I assume that it's still where I left it?
You assume that it's still where you left it. Yeah.
Okay, so we just got shunted out, not the pine cone too.
Yep.
That'd be funny to take your
Flying
shit.
through the manor.
Yeah. Just yeet the pine cone out of the house.
Okay. So she'll get up and just kind of lead the way back in. We should get some rest while we have the opportunity.
Does mending work on, I guess, bricks that are fucked up?
It does.
He'll help out with that real quick. Like, yeah, that's fine. Sorry, I pranked you.
You're forgiven, sir.
It does look cool though. Look at it. Check it out.
Yeah, what?
Is he gonna find something that's dark and like make his finger disappear?
That's fascinating.
I had that on my tongue too.
Now you say that, you don't feel it anymore. Like you don't feel like it's on top of your tongue anymore.
Oh, it's gone. Yay!
It's very much still there.
What?
I promise you I'm not playing any jokes. Are you?
I mean, he's gonna kind of look over. There's a lot of jokes being played on. Most of them are on me right now.
Oh, so your hair isn't like... I've never seen a fur bob before. I wasn't sure. That's
It's usually a little bit more of a, orangish.
I can see that.
Like these. It is like showing off his marks.
Interesting.
Anyways, thank you for your service. Those look good now. I'm just gonna...
Your friends are trying to sleep in the mess.
There's a mess?
Or
What's the break now?
The dining hall.
Oh, why'd you call it a mess? Is it messy?
I see this is a trap of my own making.
You out here making this paladin rethink his whole religion.
It's a force of habit, sir.
All right, well, I mean, I guess I'll go help clean that up. She's gonna kind of like.
There's no mess.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You're most welcome, Walnuts.
Oh my God. This man did not sign up for this.
But yeah, you are free to roam in the house as you were.
Roland's searching for the mess.
She's back.
I'm back.
Like you forgot something.
All right, great. Okay. Let's see how long this holds. I think there may have been something wrong with the USB port.
I just love how stiff you're being right now. I know. I also love your shirt. Yes.
Oh my God!
Thank you.
Shirt. That's amazing. Is that the Reading Rainbow Star?
You don't.
Right?
That still. You're fine, girl. You look like you're just like.
I know. She's like, is it working? I can't move.
That's the Reading Rainbow Star. I don't care what you say.
Reading Rainbow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome back.
I'm a little paranoid that this thing's gonna.
Do you have LeVar Burton on the back of your shirt? That'd be dope.
I do not have LeVar Burton on the back of my shirt.
Okay. I'm just saying it's a missed opportunity, is what I'm trying to say. It's in a book. Reading. Anyway, 80s nostalgia.
We didn't even have to derail you. You just.
That's what we were saying. There's going to be tons of rest. It's going to take us a while. We've been off for like 3 weeks. Give us a break. Yeah. We're doing our best.
That's true. And we also haven't hung out all together, so there's going to be some shenaniganery.
Shenaniganery.
So, as I was saying before I derailed myself, you have the rest of the manor to yourselves.
Yes. Ravina went in first, but I think she's very much just going to go like check up on Karasu and Yufemi. Just be like, are you guys resting? You're resting. Good. And then afterwards, kind of try and nestle beside them with Zolan and try and just be like, let's just get a little bit of rest while we can. We probably won't sleep for full 8 hours, but let's do what we can for now.
When you check up on your two friends, they are almost comatose out. Like, they are breathing, so you know they're not dead, but there is no response.
Is there any sign of Desna? Anything? I guess. I don't know.
Well, the first sign you would notice is Eufemi's staff, which now looks like I showed you before, that crazy multicolored thing that is now. It gives off its own light, and seems to kind of float, even though it's in her like possession. Not a lot, just like a couple inches. Karasu, on the other hand, just looks the most peaceful you've probably ever seen him.
That's good.
I'm sorry, Plandy, I cut you off.
No worries. I was just gonna say he's gonna follow in shortly behind her and be like, I was told there was a mess while we were gone. Can you just point me in the direction of wherever that may be? I feel like he's never heard the term mess before.
Yeah.
Is he asking Ravia or like just some of the guards there?
Yeah, whoever like on his way, because I feel like there was a decent amount of time in between us.
Yeah.
Like
Exactly.
you're probably doing the brisk walk, and he's just like,
a mess, sir. No, I think
there was a mess.
Okay, in some of the armed forces, the where you eat is called the mess hall. It's where people eat.
Why create a new word for something that already has a word?
Sir, I'm not sure how to answer that.
Are you talking in code?
No.
I'm channeling my interneters now. Is eating a secret?
No.
You don't have to tell
pretty
me.
Well regarded. No, it's not a secret.
Gotcha.
Sure. Yes.
I understand.
I don't think you do, sir. But you friends are over there.
He was gonna do something. I don't remember what it was.
Oh god, that was a role reversal.
Take that, Nimbus. I think on his way back, he's gonna he'll ask ND. He's like, do we need to? I guess let's go find these items so they're ready to go when he gets here.
They should be in D'Artagnan's study. I believe behind the third bookshelf, there's a little thing you can slide aside. It's got a whole bunch of alchemical ingredients there.
He's gonna like be like, oh, I should probably. Ooh. He's like, yeah, let's go do that. And he's gonna be like, all right, point me in the right. He's gonna go try and find this bookshelf, and he's gonna be very cautious of wards and things of that nature. And he's also going to leave as much mayhem as he can behind, as in regards to traps and.
I will ask you to roll me a Constitution save before you even get past that.
Oh shit!
That's always good.
I feel like Flandy or Rollins is gonna go in there and like goof up so bad that he comes out. And you know, like on a bad 3D game, where like sometimes the face just disappears and you see the eyes and the teeth.
Oh no!
They come back.
This wasn't you were at there yet. You were trying to get up and leave again. You're like, oh, I should. And as you get up, you feel this fatigue.
Oh shit!
And just tired, and like all you had to do is think about giving in, and you would have been out. But you try, like you're able to kind of just force your way. Like, what the hell was that? Deet is out. Like she's like on her back, like mouth open, like drooling kind of situation.
Oh
like,
my God.
like somebody. Like, it's not violent, but it definitely looks like she got KO'd.
Poor Dee.
Okay. I feel like he's gonna kind of see that and look around. Maybe we should go to sleep first. But he's coming. And, is he gonna look at Revia? Is she out yet?
If Revia was trying to go to sleep, you're out.
She's cozying up with Zolan, so I imagine. But like the second she's like,
done. Yep. Yeah.
A little bit of paranoia. Do the guards look like they're out? Do they
Guards
look
are
drowned?
very much alert.
I feel like he's just gonna kind of like look inward for a second and just be like, fine. And then get cozy up somewhere, and he's gonna like just like this, like I'm going to bed, but it's because I want to.
yeah.
You ever have one of those like situations where like you were thinking about going to sleep and like you're getting comfortable and then you just wake up like hours later? That's what happens to you. Like, it's like you have a sleep because I want to. Just out.
I was really hoping for a lower wisdom roll. I'm not gonna lie.
I know, right? I would have loved if you were like, oh, I should check up on a few more. Like out. Oh,
you all wake up about 6 hours later, refreshed, fully stocked. You get the benefit of a long rest.
Whew.
You also get the Dreamer's Blessing, in which you get a +2 to saving throws, attack rolls, and skill checks for the remainder of the day.
Too fast.
So
attack, saving throws.
Basically to everything. If you roll, you put a +2 on it. On top of whatever your modifiers are, and that's for the remainder of the day. But you've all woken up from the most restful sleep you've ever had. And I will say, roughly, given the time, it's about 10:30 a.m. ish when you wake up. But you notice that there's been a shift in guards since you fell asleep. There's a kind of like a makeshift kitchen being formed like in the hallway at the moment. Or not kitchen, eating area where some of the knights are being fed at the moment. But for now, you are.
I feel like Roland's gonna wake up and be like, but it's only because I want to.
Yeah, exactly.
Since she was the first one to go to sleep, Femi would just kind of crack one eye open and crack both eyes open and then kind of sit up and be like, I feel amazing.
She's like those annoying morning people who just like pop up and they're like, yay!
Any of your items that had charges, they're all charged. Anything that gets recharged off of either a day or a rest gets charged.
Very cool.
The staff and kind of pick it up, twirl it around, spin it a little bit, like, wow, this really did happen.
And then there's
Yes.
a couple questions for you.
Uh-oh.
Hit me.
Uh-oh.
So,
Wait. Continue.
is it the cheese? Yep,
No.
that is.
I would
What
never
was
do
the
that.
cheesy one?
I would
I
never.
was just gonna ask, since the warp
Yes.
stone was last charged by the fucking beam of whatever the fuck going on, does it have currently any charges in it?
You would have to attune to it to find out, or at least attempt to investigate it.
Okay.
I'll
And then
do
the second
that.
question is: it says it has a total of 12/D3 or 3D4 spell levels. Is that like an every time it empties thing, or is that like just a set in stone and it just wasn't been found out yet?
So there is a recharge mechanic to it. Again, you haven't attuned to it, so you don't understand it, other than the other mechanic that it has on top of it. So that's what the 3D4 is. Whenever it attempts to recharge, it'll roll that dice.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, that's all my questions for now.
Got it.
Okay. So, Ninners, I have you.
Hit me.
The staff of the dreamer, now that she has it in her hands, what does it feel like? Is that like a glassy metal or?
It's very smooth silver. One of Desna's favorite colors is silver. So it's just highly polished, but it doesn't have the same density. It kind of the dork coming out, but it's really more like silver, but aluminum weighted.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm stupid. You'll have to.
It's real light.
It's real light. Yeah.
It's fake silver.
Yeah.
I love you, Maya.
And the butterflies can kind of be like the appearance of the butterfly can be shifted, right? So she's gonna
Yeah, you can
that a little bit, mainly because they're going to Athas and not being a big bright butterfly would probably be.
You can change the color of you can first off douse the light. So you can, all the things that are glowing, you could eliminate from the staff. You can also change the color if you ever wanted to, or stop it from being like, you can, well, to your surprise, you can also make it brighter. So you can change the color and make it like a Gandalf staff, or you can illuminate an area if you wanted to. But again, if you wanted to just make it like a straight staff, you can.
So she's gonna experiment with this thing a bit, and like at first, is the twirling just to kind of get a feel of the weight, but then eventually more martial type because she's sensing that for some reason she feels better with it. But then eventually, apparently there's other properties on this thing. And so she's gonna like find Rolo's and just kind of point the staff at his face.
Oh my god.
Feel like you're still asleep.
Is this gonna be a mage hand with wings or some shit? I don't understand.
It's not so much a mage hand as it is a butterfly that comes out and acts as a mage hand. So the legs will attach to whatever you want it to and carry around about 10 pounds.
That's kind of adorable.
So she's gonna go ahead and like have the mage hand just like
big like wing flaps. Yep.
Wow. So that's what it's like to do that. Okay. Interesting. Is there anything on his person that can be plucked away without waking him up?
Well, normally I'd say if you go through his pockets, but given Titania's machinations, you do so at your peril.
You might get
Yeah. Trying to think anything immediately available. I don't think so. He's rolling kind of. You'd have to like rummage through his stuff.
Does he still have like all those weird anomalies about him?
Desna's ears have faded from him.
Okay.
His frosted tips still rocking though.
His tips are still frosted.
Yep.
You stay frosty.
Yep. Also, if he's sleeping, one of his fingers is darker than the other. Like the tip. You don't
And
quite
I
understand.
feel like he's playing with his tongue still. It's like,
yeah, and if you can see his tongue, is a dot.
Just gonna look at him and be like, "What did you get up to?" Who knows? Just pulls the butterfly away and like, kind of makes her way to like check on the others, but still like see what other tricks the staff can do. She's having a blast.
Awesome.
Looking here, there's so much stuff on this thing.
Yep.
Yeah, you got quite a bit to read.
Oh, I mean, I read it before, but it's so much that I'm just like, because there were a couple of spells on it. Mage Hand being one of them. I remember as soon as I read that, I'm like, she would fuck with Rose immediately. Because he's always like screwing with people with his mage hand. So
There really is.
Revenge.
Yep.
I don't. Oh, okay. The non-charged ones are after. Because you keep getting attacked by a little snakening, and
Sorry, it's Stubbs' toy.
I know. I'm just kidding.
I apologize. Yeah, I didn't realize it was picking it up, but yeah, that's.
Oh no, that's said that earlier. It looked like you had a little pet snake.
Oh my god, I want a snake. Anyway, carry on.
Oh, okay. So yeah, detect magic and loose line, all this stuff. So she's just kind of like walking around and like it's getting brighter and darker. Just
Yep.
She's looking for magic.
Oh my god, that's awesome.
Like a little kid with a flashlight for the first
Yep.
time. Like, oh, look at that.
If you detect magic, the whole area lights up. Your friends are lighting up. You're lighting up. The paladins, for the most part, are lighting up, at least in like sections. There's wards all over the place. Like it is like you turn it into. You're seeing like disco. Like, just lights everywhere.
Just imagine her being like, twist the stab a little bit and then,
Oh God, the slot. Yeah.
God.
shit. Never mind.
That's like blinking away.
Closes her eyes, does the blink. You still see the like light. You know,
Yep.
look directly at a light bulb or some shit.
Like purple spots, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, never do that here again. Yeah, how's Ravaya and
Are we waking up at the same time, or did she wake up earlier because she went to bed?
I would say she gets probably like a minute or two head start on you.
Oh, okay,
but-
so very
that's
too.
not much at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Then I think Ravaya is gonna like wake up and like you've seen her kind of have a rest and get up, and there's always like a very kind of diligent, almost like militant, like, all right, get up, get your shit together, get ready to do whatever you need to do. But I think this time when she wakes up, it's a lot more peaceful. Like I think she kind of stirs a little bit, and like even though she and Zolan are awake, she's just kind of laying there, like with her eyes closed for like a minute or two, and then will eventually kind of wake up at least in the face and like open her eyes and look around. But just kind of be happy to be there, like kind of cuddled up against Zolan. But when she makes eye contact with Euphemie, she's just gonna smile and wave a little bit. Your patron has been busy. She
You
kinda
look
looks
like you've been busy. Wait, does Zolan still have wings?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Good, great. Zolan still has wings. Good.
has he learned to fly yet?
Not as far as you know.
Nope.
She's still like kind of blinking, kind of weird because of the magic spots from all the super detect magic. It's like, you're what?
Oh, yeah, that's your Desna is as helpful as she is playful, I guess.
That is amazing. You look amazing, Zolan.
She like turns to look at it and like smiles again, but is it's amusing. And
This is
hopefully
gonna sound weird. Don't take it the wrong way, but you look a lot less horny.
I, you know, it's really hard to stay in character when you guys are
Man,
dying.
she saw an opportunity and she took it. Well done.
Listen,
See,
girl,
because I want to.
you're usually horny as fuck. Oh, and then he wakes up. I think while Revia's having that moment, Roland's waking up. Oh, you, welcome back. You're, you sleep well?
Welcome back to you. You look like the you when I first met you. Not the, like you look a lot, look calmer.
Yeah,
Better.
I think your patron has a way of finding peace in people, and I think that's quite a gift. I guess I'm not sure I've felt this relaxed in a while. I mean, as relaxed as can be, knowing that we have to go to a different realm and a city and all that. But
Oh,
it
yeah.
was-
I'm back. He's gonna shuffle off to go do what he was trying to do before he fell asleep.
by the way, his tongue and his finger is black. He
I don't taste it anymore.
isn't-
Yeah, I noticed that. And I'd ask how it happened, but he's Rolos, so we know exactly how it happened. He I gotta ask, did he get it on his finger first or in his mouth first?
I honestly just want to hear what you think happened. Putting those two pieces together.
With him, you never. Because I mean, he could have tripped over something and ran face first into like a vat of ink or something, and you trip over something and then you put your hand on the table, or
Right.
then.
Well, consider that someone who has never been the intellectual he is now, attempting to be that now. What order do you think that probably would happen in?
Oh, he saw some ink and put his finger in the ink, and then. But that's dumb.
It's not ink. That's probably the best part. That's some kind of magic potion. It will mattify things, so it'll be easier. Scribbler offered it in a way to hide some of our metallic or magic things that would otherwise catch attention. And as he was describing that it sort of dulls the shine or coats something so it doesn't look as it normally does, Roland decided to put a little bit on his finger and then put that little bit on his tongue. And apparently it tastes like chalk, and apparently it tastes like better than regular tasting chalk. I have no basis of comparison, and I just decided
So he eats chalk.
he has eaten chalk in his, apparently, yes.
That is about the most. Yeah, that makes sense for Rolos, I think.
But
He wasn't playing a lot.
he did say as he was leaving that he doesn't taste it anymore, so that's good. But yes, that's how that happened, and it'll be fine. I have the rest of the potion, but I don't need to tell you not to put something in your mouth that you don't know. But apparently, we need to be a little more careful with him.
It's funny because she was just getting blinded by her own staff.
Yeah.
But
So we're doing really good.
now that you mention it, and as much as I hate to bring up Athas so early, I spoke with Desna at length. Hence, she kind of like holds up the staff.
Yeah, it's different.
This thing is loaded with magical power.
Well, that's good considering where we're going and what you'll need to do with it.
Indeed. She's going to show how she can kind of like mask the butterfly and everything and kind of make it look somewhat normal.
Good.
On Athas, apparently it seems nature itself will be trying to devour us, or at least it's extremely aggressive. Like everything about that world is aggressive. So our connections to nature probably won't account for much while we're there. We might be able to calm, soothe, but it's still going to be many times more of a struggle than it is here. Not to mention, oh wait, you said Scribbler. How is Scribbler?
He's good. He might be here. He had ideas for a long-term polymorph potion that would work for our disguises. But I know he needed ingredients, and I believe Roland's connection with Deep suggested.
Hold on, you just reminded me. Gave Rolo's my disguise kit.
Uh-huh.
I should get that back from him, especially if we're going to Athas. I'm going to need that because I'm going. Obviously, I'm a changeling. I don't need to rely on a polymorph to get where I need to be. So,
Well, the rest of us will though. So, you're welcome to ask for it back.
yeah, well, if I can get the disguise kit, I can probably help you guys as well.
I think a polymorph might be a little more solid. He is taller than probably anything in that area for a while. So a disguise kit also, she kind of like points at her horns. I know I don't have as many, but I don't want a hat or anything. It's hard to hide. It's just, I think it's just easier. And kind of.
What if you like take your hair and then wrap it around each one and just make it look like funky braids?
Why don't we use polymorph? I have horns. He has a beak, and he's 80,000 feet tall. So let's just work with the magic. I don't think the disguise kit is a bad idea. I'm not sure it'll work.
Sure. I just imagine the crew being like, Darcy doesn't have a beak. He has a condition, okay? His nose is very long, like a Muppet.
Oh my
It's hard.
God.
He's very sensitive about it, okay?
Don't talk about it. Don't look at him.
Oh my God.
He'd be like, okay, I'll leave you two be for a moment. You really should see if you can fly or anything with those. Which spoils his soul.
He doesn't like flying. I'll ask him if he wants to try, but
I imagine having control over your flight is a lot better than having to ride giant dragons or being dropped out of the sky because of weird teleports.
I do not disagree. However, he's a land shark. But both of those words don't belong in the air.
He is a flowing, graceful, and beautiful land shark now.
Yeah.
What is swimming but water flying?
A Disney land shark, as it were.
I will ask him and see how he feels.
It's just gonna leave Rafai at that and just seek out Rolos and be like, "Oh, hey, Rolos, there you are."
What's Rolos up to?
So Rolos, and
He went to go.
yeah, we'll play this out. So Rolo, when you get downstairs, you already hear voices. You can clock D'Artagnan's, Aloysius's, and
Are they in my
Tithian's.
head or are they out loud?
I know.
They're
what
outside.
that sounded, yeah.
Yeah, you're coming up towards the study. The study room door is open, and you're hearing the because it's a stone dungeon. Like it's very good acoustics in there. It just bounces everywhere. So you have no problem hearing them. But again, you hear Tithian, Aloysius, and D'Artagnan all kind of speaking about what kind of sounds like some old times, maybe like an embarrassing. It sounds like an embarrassing story for D'Artagnan as he's like kind of on his back foot, like, hey, like I didn't know that was gonna happen. How was I supposed to know she was there? Like just all this kind of stuff, and they're sharing a laugh at least. But that's what you're hearing when you come upon them. I know you're a trickster, so I'm not gonna force you in the room if you don't want to be. Let me know what you want to do, and we'll go from there.
I feel like he'll knowing that they're there and whatnot, he'll be like, damn it. He'll kind of like
Oh, okay.
My plot is ruined, and they'll just enter like normal.
Gotcha. So, as you turn the corner, you hear, hey, it's man of the hour. How you feeling?
Hey, wait, what? Why am I the man of the hour?
Deet said you wanted to learn alchemy.
Oh,
A crucial part of your education.
are you awake yet?
Deet's absolutely awake. She's got a few books open.
Oh.
Did you have a good sleep?
She's like, we're not supposed to sleep. That's not supposed to happen. I haven't slept in like, she's doing the counting, like 700 years.
He's gonna kind of like play with her and be like, "You were out before I was."
Let's see who sleeps next.
Oh, dark.
He's like instantly trying to think of magic to keep himself awake.
Is there an awake spell?
Well, I'm
I
glad
cast
you're awake
Wake on
because you've got
myself.
some learning to do, my student.
I feel like his ears are gonna kind of slump down and be like, "Shit." All right, let's do it.
So as you kind of like refocus and pull your head up, you see Aloysius has a whole bunch of like materials out, and behind D'Artagnan is actually Scribbler, who kind of like pokes his head out. It looks like he brought a bag of his own, and he's just kind of like beginning to set up shop. Gives you a wave, and is currently like setting stuff up. And D'Artagnan will speak up. Well, if you're gonna learn from one of the best, so I hope you're ready. He's going to need help prepping some of these materials, getting some of the heat going, and timing is really important. Also, try not to mess up. We don't have a plethora of these materials, and it is a wartime scenario here, so if we're going to need to get more, it's either going to be at a really extreme cost, or I'm going to have to break into my old academy. So I'd rather not do the latter.
He's having like his face went from like kind of happy, like, all right, fine, we'll to just like maybe. Is there anyone else? Hold up. Fuck.
Well, I mean, normally I wouldn't have you do it, but Anteet says the best way to learn is when you have to. So, saddle up.
He's gonna make sure the crown is on nice and tight. Polish a little bit corner, like, all right, got this.
So you see the ingredients are now being kind of presented in bowls in front of, well, at least D'Artagnan's handing the bowls over to Scribbler, who's obviously beginning to set up. I'm going to say at this point, Euphemia, you step in, and you hear.
She's still experimenting with the staff.
Okay,
Before he doesn't walk into the room, Rolo's walks into the room. The same size as Rolo.
oh,
She's experimenting with the staff. It's just like, ooh, no, this is great. It's gonna turn itself. And then lock himself and then shapeshift into Rolo. And just walk in.
Scribbler is the only one who's confused because he comes and looks and is like,
Can Roland still see normal Euphemia?
yes, you have the eyes.
He's just gonna kind of like minor illusion his eyes a little bit to give him a little bit of flair. He's like, I can still see you, right? Oh shit! I grab a bowl.
Wait, what?
She's grabbing one of the ingredient bowls that are being passed over to him. He's like, I'm not impressed. Like almost like biffed one of the passes.
When he says it, she's gonna be too late. Obviously, she's gonna try to shush him by putting the butterfly on his face again.
You have an ephemeral butterfly that's kind of just like lightly on your face right now.
He's gonna try and cast his if he can get it off in time, he's gonna try and cast his flowery fucking. If it's still doing it, mage hand and be like to grab the butterfly and move it somewhere else.
So
I gotta focus.
you cast Mage Hand, and a combination of like pansies and violets just kind of explode out of the Mage Hand and begin to kind of like float slowly down, which draws the attention of everybody in the room because they're all like,
Where did you get pansies and
and
violets?
Aloysius is just like, or D'Artagnan's like, how the hell? Who
Just-
taught you how to do that? He's so confused.
And butterflies and roll clones.
Oh
Oh my goodness! But
He's
he's
just like, I'm trying to focus.
Yeah.
And he's like, he's enjoying it, but there's also a little bit of panic, like real panic coming through, because especially with the way it was worded, like we only have so many tries, and we got to make this happen. He's like, fuck. Ah!
give me a performance check or an arcana check to see if you can hold your end of the bargain up. And while that's happening, you watch like a Fantasia style broom come up and just start sweeping the petals
Oh,
away from the area.
that's awesome.
I mean, you couldn't even
Is
pull
that
the
it, Beach?
butterfly away and like de-shift. When she realizes that Rolos is trying to be responsible somehow for once.
Yeah, so if you're doing that, absolutely, you shift back into normal. Your distractions are now somewhat limited, but you do pull it off, despite the fact that you were heavily distracted and had a butterfly the size of your hand on your face. You're able to kind of pull through and neatly kind of stack them, surprisingly in the appropriate order, and to the point where like Scribbler's like, gives you the kind of the nod of approval. But he begins to point at certain things like these two go together. These two have to go into this beaker. This one has to get heated up. Like he's just basically giving you kind of the order of operations of how to get started. And this is going to create kind of the base, and they're going to put like some additives, like some like elements like detergents and stuff in there. Like it seems kind of like it gets intense real quick. You're like, oh, I can just but I'm
Sorry,
going to keep your.
Killer, 1 second. 1, it's great to see you. 2, Rolos actually came here for a reason. Do you
Brother
remember?
Bezzy, what's up?
I gave you a disguise kit a couple days ago. A day ago. It's time with us. Do you have that? I'm gonna need it for Athas.
Yeah, here you go. And he's not even gonna acknowledge the fact that it's not the disguise kit and give her the special pouch that Titania gave him to give to her. Yep.
Okay.
All right. I gotta focus. You want
What? Oh, okay.
it?
Wait, what is this pouch?
You get a pouch that smells of like a spring forest, like right after a rain, and the texture is like a sage leaf.
Where did you get this?
What part of important task is this is rare for me. Come on.
Scribbler is kind of like,
All right, I'll leave you guys alone. You have fun with playing with your explosions. It's just like,
I feel
if
like
you want to
like,
open it, let me know. But
that explosion is. I feel like
yeah.
he's gonna freeze for a second. Be like, do these explode? They keep going.
Okay, so I'm gonna say, give me another. This is more performance at this point because you're giving a formula. So unless you're trying to add to that formula, it's really just a matter of doing it correctly. I'll give you an opportunity. You can either roll me a raw int check to see how well you were participating.
Listening.
How you were. Thank you. Paying attention was what I was trying to say. How well you were listening, paying attention, stuff like that. Or you could just do a performance where you're just pantomiming more or less what he said, and you're kind of using mimicry to kind of get bullshit your way through it, essentially. So
I
up to
feel
you.
like
How
he
you want
would
to do it?
want to understand it, but he also doesn't want to fuck it up. But we're gonna go the int route, I think.
Okay. Don't forget your plus dos.
I think I have it. I don't know. We'll see. Holy shit!
Oh, that was a monster roll.
Yeah, buddy.
Like a diamond, he survives, thrives in pressure. With everyone, literally everybody looking at you. Your mentor, the man who's kind of your boy, the head of the household, and the head of your kind of guerrilla group is all watching you do this. And to everyone's kind of surprise and respect.
I feel like he's kind of like in the middle of it. He's like, am I really the best motherfucker for this piece of shit? He's obviously not being as vulgar as planning, but like that's like, how am I the only one who's able to do this right now? And you should ask me for the stupid thing. You know, it's not even my fault. It's Auntie's fault. I wasn't ready. She just fucking just took it. And I feel like with that, he just kind of gets lost in like being able to like, I don't know, ADHD brain, like focus on something to like think about, like lets him to like naturally do the rest, like because he's taken it in at least once and he's just able to put everything together and just like, oh, I'm not as stressed now because I'm thinking about all this other shit.
Somehow, in your chaotic brain, in this chaotic situation, you find the path to victory and
Hey!
go about it in the usual roll-em way. But you have successfully pre-mixed everything in this particular stage. So at this point, Scribbler starts to go through the what's actually going to happen and has some formulas already pre-written out that he's kind of explaining to you, like pointing to you, like this is what happens, this is the magical catalyst, this is what binds it. So you're getting kind of like a crash course in magical alchemy at this point. I'm going to leave you here for a moment, go back to Euphemia, who is looking into the bag. So
she's looking into the bag, and as she starts to open it, she pauses and she's like, wait, I could enlarge reduce Zolan. So when we're in the cities, we could. Oh, I have to tell Revi about that. And then she opens it, and it's just like a. It's not a disguise kit.
it's you immediately find about 6 different items that are all kind of like lipstick sized, give or take. Not like sized, but not necessarily shaped, right? Just that general kind of size, that are wrapped in leaves. And one of them is like another pouch, which you can tell just from the texture and like what's in it is filled with some kind of powder.
I did not hand him this. I don't know what this is.
It also smells like fruits. Berries, specifically.
I have so many questions. But this isn't mine. It's not my business. But it could be. But it's not. I'm going to do the nice thing and take it back to him. He's actually going to kind of reseal the pouch.
I will say,
Hmm?
all of these are of incredible quality. Like it's the way the leaves are folded, and it's very, especially as a druid, you recognize it as basically druid craft. Like this isn't something that was like folded by human hands. It was,
Let alone purple games.
yeah, grown into that particular shape. Even the bag, you realize it is almost kind of like a sage fern that you're messing with. The rope that ties it is an organic kind of fiber. Everything that's about this screams nature and a level of like organic engineering from a magical perspective. And as a druid, you would easily pick that up.
Yeah, she's super curious about it, but at the same time, she's not going to ransack his things. She's like, he handed me this by accident. This is not the disguise kit. So she's gonna go
back in, okay.
And be like, hey, this isn't what I asked for. I don't know what this is, but it's great. I don't think you meant for me to have this. Although I wonder how you got this.
That's yours now. Long story. Fate of the world. Later. Talk.
Later talk.
Later.
As you're saying that, you see D'Artagnan go to Tithian. 50 gold, he blows this up.
Oh shit.
I think she's gonna hear that and just kind of like, yeah, he's right. I'll ask later. It's out of the room. She's gonna be blowing himself up. But now she is going to investigate because he was so disappointed.
This is
You know what? That might be right.
a Harvey the Halberd now.
Oh no!
you could be.
Oh no!
But yeah, you're.
She's gonna investigate for real now because
Okay.
he's been dismissive. So fuck it. I don't have to be nice. I'm gonna look at all this shit.
So you got some options. What did you want to check first?
Well, you said it was a pouch, and all these things are like lipstick.
Yep.
Type
And-
wrapped up things.
Yep.
Within it. So, I mean, are they all distinguishable or something?
The pouch is probably the most distinguished. The other ones are just kind of random leaf wrapped things and cylinders, and some are spherical in shape.
Yeah, she's gonna just investigate each one.
Okay. So you're gonna open them?
Yeah.
Okay. What's you starting with?
I'm sorry.
You want to go with a pouch? Or you just want to go with a random leaf one?
Oh, I thought the leaf things were in the pouch that she opened.
So there's a pouch in the pouch that has like a powder in there. That probably wasn't as clear. Yeah, there's a pouch inception. There's a pouch within a pouch, but it holds like some kind of powder. The other pouch obviously is just a case for everything else.
This motherfucker Russian dolled me.
Yep.
Or himself. That was
She's actually gonna hold off on the powder right away because she kind of figured that's a powder.
Okay.
And kind of like start investigating the other ones first.
All right. So we'll say random leaf covered one. You open the first one, and it's very strange. It's like an acorn with a cap on it, and the acorn's probably like a little bit. I'd say like 50% bigger than a normal acorn, but there's some kind of pigment in there. Like it's a reddish pigment, but as you turn it in the light, it also has kind of like a purplish, like a light, or like a darker purple element to it. That's essentially what you're getting, and it's some kind of pigment that you can apply to something.
Okay. Onward to the next one.
The next one, when you pull it out, is interestingly enough kind of like it's what looks like a slice of cucumber, essentially. Cucumba. Like a horizontal slice of it. And as soon as you put your finger on it, you can feel your skin kind of reacting to it in an interesting way. Like it becomes smoother. Where if you're touching it by your knuckle, like the line where your knuckle is starts to flatten out and get kind of like no longer there. Essentially, you're a changeling, so it's not as big of a deal for you. If you weren't a changeling, this would probably freak you the fuck out because most people aren't used to like changing like that. But from what you can tell in this very short time, it's like a very advanced wrinkle remover.
Okay. This is a very cosmetic thing so far. This is gonna try to open another one.
Okay. The other one is kind of like a mini honeycomb or a beehive, excuse me, with like the kind of paperous little outside, but there's a kind of a wax in there that you can feel. It's somewhat thin for a wax, which is interesting, but it's still very strong and pliable.
Yeah, she's gonna investigate all these and then eventually get to the powder.
Yeah, so there's wax, there's pigment. What was the other thing that was in there?
Butterscotch?
What's up?
Is there butterscotch in there?
Butterscotch. No.
Oh.
Sadly.
sadly
The original Werther's.
Oh God.
A series of rinds, like orange rinds that are tightly wound together. And depending on like they're concentric circles, and depending on how you unwind it, changes the aroma that comes from there. And then you could apply that on yourself. So it was that one, and then the hell I forgot the other ones.
part of me is hoping that there's going to be like a dexterity check and just see if she accidentally like smears something on herself. There's just like one patch of her that just has no wrinkles, smells really good, and also it's like I don't know, like a different color all of a sudden. Like, don't worry about it, it's fine.
There's a pumice stone that has different facets on it, and when you touch the stone, your whatever part of your hand is touching it, it changes the skin texture. So you have one that's kind of like regular kind of humanoid, smooth skin type stuff. You have one that's a little more leathery, like orc. You have another one that's kind of scales. So when you brush it across yourself, your skin kind of forms into scales. There's another one that has like elements of fur that come in there. So if you were to rub it on there, you could actually apply fur to yourself. And the other one is almost like an erasure, kind of. It doesn't truly erase what you're putting on it, but it tapers in a way that is almost subtractive on flesh. Are you getting attacked by your cat?
Dog.
Oh, even
I
better.
love that we hear Dubs and
then my cat was yelling at me at the exact same time. The timing was hilarious.
when the animals
What
have
is
had
it?
enough for shit.
Yep.
Aww.
Your dog is awesome. Your dogs are awesome.
What
Oh, I see the second one back there too.
is it?
I'm so
Tell me.
happy.
Yep.
Why are you so playful right now?
Hi.
Did Ben fall asleep?
Oh.
There's too much cute happening.
There's way too much. Their dogs are awesome. How was I saying? I forgot. Oh yeah, so that you have a pumice stone that changes skin texture essentially, and the last one, I already mentioned the wax.
I know.
Oh, the dust. The dust is weird. It's kind of like do you guys remember like what was inside those Stretch Armstrongs? Like that
Yes!
that sticky,
100%.
gooey, like sparkly material.
Yep.
It's kind of like that, and when you pull it out and you put it on your skin, you can mold your skin and like into different forms. So if you wanted to, like, you put a little bit in your hand, you could press it into like your arm and give yourself like a bicep. You can manipulate the form of your body with these particular things.
Cool.
And one thing that you've noticed with all of them, despite how much you've pulled out or even like tested, it doesn't look like it's actually subtracted from
Okay.
the total.
That's a relief. She's gonna eventually seal it back up and be like, did he trade for this? But then she makes her way back to Revia. And
Give me a perception check real quick.
oh, you got it, sir. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna use my looky peepers.
Hold on, Miriam. That's all I got from what you said.
I wasn't even trying to.
Oh, I missed you guys. I missed you guys a lot.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, for some reason, my character sheet is not popping up.
You're good. Take your time. I'm watching Timmy play with his dogs.
Yep.
Oh, the booty bump.
Ah, there we go.
They're hype right now.
They really are.
All right, you needed perception.
Yes, please.
Good.
Why did I roll advantage? I'm sorry.
It's you rolled disadvantage. But you also had a +2 due to your goddess, so you're at 21.
Thrill.
Yep. You noticed it's very faint, but there's an embossed, stylized T in the form of the Sealy Court, the kind of royal brand of it on there.
Oh.
Huh.
Well, yeah, she's very familiar with that. She's gonna be like, oh. She's just think back to like all the weird shit about his appearance that has happened lately and just be like, we have a lot to talk about. And then kind of file that one away in her mind before she just like, she's just like, I gotta refine Revia and tell her that I could do the thing, the enlarge reduce. But then she's gonna be like, or I could reduce myself and make it pretty clear that I could do it without having to explain anything. So she just does that in halfling.
Halfling, you felt me. And then quickly regrets it because you gotta go upstairs now. So like,
Getting a workout.
yeah.
Stairmaster Extreme.
Yep.
No, I'm gonna be dedicated to this.
All right, so you guys are all in a good spot. I'm tempted to leave it here. It's 12:30.
I think it's a good
Roland has to not blow his face up. I think everyone is more or less okay with where unless you guys want to say anything or explore anything before we go.
I think this is perfect.
Okay, excellent. All right, well, welcome back, everyone. Congratulations on the new toys for those of you who got them.
Thank you. This staff is
And
bananas.
yeah,
I put a GIF in our Discord of what I think Yufemi looks like when she's using her staff.
Most
no.
accurate.
Yes.
oh no.
Yep.
It's definitely Sailor Moon.
Where is
You'll definitely be able to
Oh my
tell
god. Yep.
about watching the recording and watching Plandy's react.
That's yep. Oh my god.
Where is this at?
Yeah, you captured the stupid awkward flaps. That's what I'm
That's
talking
so
about.
I know what you
Yeah, you guys are acting like I'm cray. Like they do it all the time.
No, I know what you mean. It's just like you're the only one I've ever heard who calls it awkward. Everyone else is like, it's a majestic butterfly. It's a beautiful butterfly. They're just fanning themselves off. None of this is like, this fucking insect doesn't know what he's doing. He's doing some weird, like, ungraceful flaps.
It is. Like, the tops just kind of flap together. You know, like you watch like a dragonfly. Those motherfuckers know what they're doing.
They don't,
Butterflies.
not even close
I'm
to
not
the
really
same
sure.
way. Anyway.
I'm just saying.
I'm just saying. Oh my god.
Where is this at? I'm confused.
It's in our Discord under the Legacy
Like Legacy Discord
channel.
is where I place the totally
Yeah.
not Sailor Moon.
Oh my god.
Yeah, those
That's-
tiny butterfly wings is what I think it looks like on Zelda.
That's totally
Yeah.
what right now.
That's honestly what I thought it would be.
Except
Like,
a little bit less hype about wanting to fly.
yeah, exactly.
God damn it.
I'm a beautiful butterfly.
Yes, exactly. Oh my god. All right.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh god, you didn't spell any of that correctly. Let's try one more time. Did it.
Dickard.
The first one actually was Discrod. I'm typing on not the usual keyboard that I'm on. Anyway,
Discord.
I guess we'll sign off, right?
Do we have anyone to raid? Can you raid somebody?
Oh no, nobody that I know is on right now. Like we're the late boys. Let me double check.
Excuse me.
Yeah, 'cause-
half the people in here are women. How sexist.
Huh?
This isn't the Spanish language, Foos.
It's
Just
not
because there's
half.
one guy in here doesn't
It's
mean that they're all
half
guys.
right now just because Dubs is unconscious. I'm fine.
Yes. Look at your menagerie of fur balls, Flammy.
Oh my god. Your menagerie of fur balls. I just love that. That was just a great thing to say. Alright. I don't see anyone that I know, but I just found something and it says Rise of the Drow. And the layout looks pretty neat, so we're gonna go bother them. How about that?
Sounds
Alright, now funny thing is I haven't rated in a minute. So let me see if I remember how to do it.
You remember how to do it. You're a clever girl.
Clever girl.
Thank
This
you.
is how we do it.
Okay. If I remember correctly, which one of these buttons is it? Hold on, pardon me.
We going on a raid.
We're going on a raid. All right, there we go.
Raid.
Insomnia Night RPG. That's what
Sounds
it's called. Okay, start the raid. Here we go. Red. Okay, there's a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Also take this second to say we'll be back tomorrow for some fights.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Or trauma.
Hey!
Lots of
off we
trauma.
go!
Wait, aren't we
Or-
actually doing trauma? Yeah, we're